the media capital of the world.
During the current state of emergency due to COVID-19, council members will be participating online, and the public will not be able to physically attend today's meeting. To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending upon the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome to Burbank City Council joint meeting with the Housing Authority on Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. I have invited Simone McFarland, Assistant Director of Business and Economic Development and Public Information Officer, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please rise?
Good evening, everyone. With everything happening in the world today, we are really lucky to have a country that values open, respectful discussion and various opinions, many of that we will hear tonight. So please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag that flies over our United States. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McFarland. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Frutos?
Happy to be here.
Hello. And Councilmember Schultz?
Ecstatic to be here.
Wow, thank you. And Councilmember Springer?
Here.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Anthony?
Present.
And Mayor Talamantes?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. We would like to advise the community that there will be 3 periods of public comment tonight. The first period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and or any agenda items except the public hearing. If you would like to participate in general public comment, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until we begin public comment. The second and third public comment periods are only for public comment on each of the 2 public hearings this evening. For public comment on the public hearings, we kindly ask you call 818-238-3335 after general public comment is closed and when the public hearing begins. At this moment, before we continue the meeting, I would like to have a moment of silence for the victims of the past weekend's mass shooting in the city of Sacramento. The community of Sacramento is in our thoughts and prayers during this heartbreaking time. Thank you. We have 4 announcements this evening.
(2022). The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 1 vacancy on the Planning Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2023. The deadline to submit an application is Thursday, April 14th, 2022 at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. Vaccination proof or medical religious exemption will be required of all applicants. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The draft 2021-2029 Housing and Safety Element Updates with responses to the second round of comments from the California Department of Housing and Community Development is available for public review at www.burbankhousing-element.com. Members of the public can comment on the draft housing element by emailing the project planner, Shipra Rajesh, at srajesh@burbankca.gov or calling the Planning Division at 818-238-5250. The City of Burbank is hosting a virtual community meeting on the proposed updates to the Development Impact Fees program on Wednesday, April 6th from 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Community members are invited to participate and learn more about the Nexus study and proposed updates. There will be opportunities to ask questions and provide input. The public can participate by joining via Zoom. Details and a link to the meeting can be found on the city website at burbankca.gov under Events. For more information, please call the Transportation Division at 818-238-5290 or email Beverly Ibarra at bibarra@burbankca.gov. The City of Burbank will be updating the Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan. Staff will begin community outreach with a virtual community meeting on Thursday, April 7th from 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. The plan area is between Victory and Main, Alameda, Buena Vista, and Olive. Community members are invited to participate and hear an overview of what is planned and to provide feedback. The public can participate by joining via Zoom. Details and a link to the meeting can be found on the City of Burbank website at www.burbankca.gov under Events. For more information, please call the Transportation Division at 818-238-5290. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
As a reminder, if you would like to participate in general public comment, please call now at 818-238-3335. Once again, it's 818-238-3335. We have three presentations on the agenda this evening. First is a presentation of a proclamation declaring April 3rd to the 9th, 2022 as National Library Week in the City of Burbank. Whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that foster a sense of connection and build community, and whereas libraries connect people to technology, providing access to broadband internet, computers, and training that are critical for accessing education and employment opportunities, and whereas today's libraries and their services extend far beyond the four walls of a building and everyone is welcome to use their resources. And whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as the populations they serve and ensure equity of access for all. And whereas to adapt to our changing world, libraries are expanding their resources and continuing to meet the needs of their patrons. And whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week, now, therefore, I, Jesse Talamantes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim April 3rd to the 9th, 2022, as National Library Week. During this week, I encourage our community to connect with our libraries by visiting online or in person to access resources and services. Accepting the proclamation this evening is Ms. Melanie Renfro, Chair of the Burbank Board of Library Trustees. Ms. Renfro, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Talantes and City Council members. It is my honor to join you here tonight as the representative for the Board of Library Trustees. We'd like to thank you for your proclamation tonight acknowledging National Library Week and for your continued support of our Burbank libraries. While early libraries were filled with collections of books only available to a privileged few, libraries now more closely resemble inclusive community centers that welcome all and have something for everyone. Our Burbank libraries are a shining example of not only modern day, but forward-thinking libraries. Burbank libraries provide our community with supportive services that include literacy programs and tutoring, workforce development, and employment connection. They are also one of a small but growing number of libraries that have a social worker on staff who builds rapport with our patrons and connects them with services including shelter, food, mental and physical health care, financial and legal assistance, transportation, and more. Burbank Libraries provide our community with dozens of classes and programs both online and in person. The Central Library's Spark Lab offers technology used in the media industry to create music, movies, animation, video games, and more by providing access to specialized equipment and gives opportunities to learn from experts, to practice skills, and to build portfolios. To tell you all of the programs, the classes, the services our libraries provide for the community would take way more time than we have here tonight. But in addition to this incredibly short list I've mentioned, I just wanted to add that they do also have a really great collection of books. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Renfro. Next is a presentation of a proclamation declaring April 2022 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in the city of Burbank. Whereas the city of Burbank celebrates the role that the arts and creativity play in helping us navigate the pandemic, amplify the need for racial equity, and highlight the power of the arts. And whereas the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission's mission is to enrich the lives of Burbank residents by celebrating its diverse arts and media community and to promote Burbank as a vibrant and enticing regional arts center. And whereas the city of Burbank partners year-round with local nonprofit agencies, Burbank Unified School District, and businesses to advance the arts and creativity in the city. And whereas the city of Burbank recognizes that the arts and creativity support student success and lifelong learning, provide key job skills, and bring joy to our community while strengthening our connections. And now therefore, I, Jesse Talamantes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim April 2022 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, and encourage everyone to celebrate the power of the arts in our community. Accepting our proclamation this evening is Ms. Leah Harrison, Chair of the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. Ms. Harrison, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, council members Springer, Frutos, and Schultz. I too am happy and ecstatic to be here for this great proclamation. It's really an honor for us to have this. And I had written a bit about what the commission does, but Mayor Talamantes has told you all about our commission in great, great terms because he is a liaison for us. So, during these past few years, I'll just go into what a challenge it's been for our community as a whole, but also the artistic community. And the mayor, along with the city council, have been tremendous in their efforts to help support and revive culture within our community, which we feel and know is essential to reviving the soul and spirit of our city. For the past year alone, with the help of the city council and city staff, we've been able to allocate funding for arts relief, continue our utility box paid artist program, have virtual galleries, education centers, gatherings, and events, working with many public Burbank entities along with the Burbank Library. So we're so pleased that our month includes a library recognition, the Burbank Recycling Center, and of course, our wonderful Parks and Recreation board and staff. We've had artist mixers, information centers, and we really are honing in on creating diversity and understanding through our artistic measures. This proclamation being given in April, couldn't be more perfect and symbolic. It is spring. It is the beginning of a new year, new life, the awakening of our civic engagement as we come out of a little bit of a hibernation the past couple of years for some of our artists in our programs. So it's not my saying, but I really believe that this still holds true. Artists are not first responders, but we can act as second responders in helping to heal and revive and bring love and inspiration to our city. So it is time. It is April. It is time to celebrate and come together, and we are thrilled to be part of that process. And thank the City Council so much for this insightful and much needed proclamation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Our final presentation is a proclamation declaring April 2022 as National Autism Acceptance Month in the city of Burbank. Whereas anyone can be born autistic regardless of gender, race, religion, or socioeconomic status, and whereas the rate of autism diagnosis in the United States is now 1 in 59, and whereas early diagnosis, childhood services, higher education, and job training are all essential components to helping autistic individuals lead healthy, productive, and independent lives, and whereas each autistic individual is unique with different needs and strengths among a diverse spectrum, and support services must be tailored accordingly. And whereas the growing neurodiversity movement encourages individuals on the spectrum to empower themselves in the continued search for acceptance. Now therefore, I, Jesse Talamantes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, in recognition of all autistic Burbank residents and their families and caregivers, do hereby proclaim April 2022 as Autism Acceptance Month and encourage our community to accept those who are different just the way they are. Joining us this evening to accept the proclamation are Mr. Edward Parker, Executive Director of Bridging Community Resources, formerly known as BCR, A Place to Grow, as well as Ms. Stacy Klein, Chair of the Bridging Community Resources. Ms. Klein and Mr. Parker, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and board members. I really appreciate this. As stated, I am Edward Parker at BCR Place to Grow, with Bridging Community Resources, formerly known as BCR Place to Grow and formerly known as Burbank Center for the Retarded. We are a community integration program that offers 3 different services for individuals with developmental needs, special needs. We have an after-school program, we have an evening program, and we have a morning program. Our program is diverse, equity, and inclusion resources. It helps individuals advocate and learn diverse lifestyle. We encourage person-centered and family-driven services that foster a better relationship with the person, the circle, and their circle of support. The program utilizes a variety of educational workshops, peer support groups, group activities, community-based inclusions, and community-based instructions. Most of our individuals are from 18 and older for our community integration program and our extended day program, and our after-school programs is for kids 6 to 17. We are committed to the continuous services and programs to promote maximum engagement in our local community while strengthening the skills and the life learning. Our program includes low ratios to offer more choice in activities and low engagement and lower levels for better engagement. So our services we've been here since 1963. And so we're evolving with the time, and the pandemic has made us move to a different scope of how we work. And I'll yield right now and let Stacy speak.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. It's really an honor to be here tonight representing BCR. I've been serving on the board for 2 years now. I came in as part of our Leadership Burbank program. Our class project a couple years ago, if you might remember, was to rehab certain areas of BCR. And it's definitely a facility that at that time was in need of a little bit of love, and it got a lot of love. After we came in, IKEA graciously came in and did some work, and I've had the pleasure of watching it grow within the community spirit, and it's an exciting time for us right now. I just, this past month actually, was elected chair of our board, and so I'm really excited for this. With our name change, as Edward said, we are entering a fresh start for the organization, and you'll be seeing a lot more of us in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parker, and thank you, Ms. Klein. As a
Mr.
reminder,
Mayor?
Yes.
May I say just a few words real quick?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the proclamation. I appreciate it. For those people watching at home, if they don't know, I am autistic myself, and I really do appreciate all the work that BCR has been doing. I was very excited a few years back when Leadership Burbank decided to invest their time and opportunity that year to help BCR get reinvigorated. And as we see even with the name change, for those of you who don't know the old name, it kind of needs to get left in the past. But we're seeing a change in the way we treat people who have different, neurologies and the way people think as more accepting, right? I mean, April used to be known as Autism Awareness Month, and I think we're all pretty much aware that it exists, and it's moved and evolved now into Acceptance Month, and really the greater what's called the neurodiversity movement is understanding people who have different brain structures, people who are autistic, people who have ADHD, bipolar, identity disorders. All of those things really create such a myriad of different people in the world. And I'm so grateful to have an organization like BCR, which, if you look at most groups around the country, they really focus on children who have these issues. But BCR has such a robust adult program because, we grow up and we still have the same brains, right? We don't suddenly become neurotypical when we turn 18. And so I'm just so thankful to have BCR in our city doing the great work that they do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Once again, thank you, Mr. Parker and Ms. Klein. Thank you for being here. As a reminder, if you would like to participate in general public comment, please call now at 818-238-3335. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one item. I'd like to call our Chief of Police, Chief Mike Albanese, to come up and provide an update on an incident that occurred a couple nights ago.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes. Good evening, Vice Mayor Anthony. Good evening, Councilmember Frutos, Springer, and Schultz. Good evening. Going to provide an update of an incident occurred on Sunday, April 3rd. It's a traffic-related incident, and my subject matter expert is Lieutenant John Fromer. And most of you know Lieutenant Fromer. He is providing oversight as far as post-incident and the investigation. He has the intimate knowledge of what happened and what we're doing moving forward and what mitigation factors we're putting in place. So I'm going to defer to him to do the presentation update. So, John?
Welcome, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you. I'll give you the overview of this collision that occurred. This occurred on Sunday, April 3rd at approximately 8:18 p.m. in the evening. BPD officers responded to a report of a vehicle collision at the intersection of South Glen Oaks Boulevard and East Verdugo Avenue. Officers quickly responded and determined a gray Mercedes G35 vehicle, which is one of those boxier, high-profile SUVs, had been traveling northbound Glen Oaks Boulevard at a high rate of speed. Approaching vehicles stopped at a red traffic light at the intersection with Verdugo Avenue. The Mercedes proceeded into the left turn lane, drove around the stopped vehicles, legally stopped for the red light, ran through the traffic signal when it collided with the blue Honda Accord that had entered the intersection legally entered the intersection on a green light eastbound on Verdugo. The Honda, after that initial collision, the driver of the Mercedes subsequently collided into the front of the business at 344 South Glen Oaks Boulevard, which caused additional damages to the stores at 346 and 348 South Glen Oaks Boulevard because they had shared walls. The initial investigation of this collision revealed the driver of the Mercedes was possibly involved in a speed contest with 1 to 2 additional drivers with similar type Mercedes vehicles. However, the speed contest, based on traffic camera video footage and other witness statements, this occurred in the city of Glendale as the vehicles were proceeding northbound towards the Burbank city boundary limit at Alameda Avenue. As the vehicles entered Burbank, the traffic volume currently on Glen Oaks Boulevard forced those vehicles to slow down, except for the driver of this gray Mercedes G63. Unfortunately, he continued at a high rate of speed, driving recklessly until he collided with the Honda Accord at Verdugo Avenue. The injuries from this were all very minor, luckily. Now, this is still in the early stages of the investigation, so our investigators are going to be reviewing all related evidence to digital, physical, and witness statements. They will also determine if these vehicles, while engaged in this speed contest in the city of Glendale approaching Burbank, if this committed any additional criminal acts, or they'll be responsible for additional criminal acts. The driver of that gray Mercedes G35 was arrested for a violation of reckless driving. Please know that this driver is a male, 26 years of age, and a Glendale resident, and this is a misdemeanor crime. If this would have involved great bodily injury, this could have been a felony crime. I want to just give you a little bit of information about this. The incident in Glendale could be deemed a speed contest or an exhibition of speed based on what investigators find and determine. We're fully aware of the speed problem that has unfortunately carried over from the COVID pandemic timeframe when we had less traffic volume on our roadways. And unfortunately, some of this dangerous driving behavior is carried over when we had less volume into it as we return to normal traffic volumes, which is dangerous to everyone on the roadway. The Traffic Bureau has done several things as far as speed enforcement to help mitigate this speeding problem. I'll give you an overview of that. We have created the public service announcement regarding the dangers of speed and street racing, which has gone out on all of our social media platforms and has had thousands of views within and outside of our community. We have expanded the operational hours of the Traffic Bureau from 6:30 a.m. to 3 o'clock into the following day at 3 o'clock a.m. as well. This is also in for traffic and speed mitigation as well as impaired and DUI driving. We conduct frequent speed enforcement operations throughout the city of Burbank. We do put an emphasis on Glen Oaks Boulevard because of an unfortunate fatal collision that we had as early as August of last year. We are still feeling the effects of that, and the Traffic Bureau is fully aware of this, and we are going to be relentless in getting the information out there on how to help mitigate the speed problem and to get people to slow down. Part of that is we do citations, education, and advisals. I want everybody to understand that we issue thousands of speeding citations yearly. We utilize our mobile speed display signs. You'll see that move throughout strategic locations in the city to help drivers identify when they're driving over the posted speed limit. We initiated an educational campaign working in collaboration with the Burbank Water and Power Department. We've gotten some pretty good positive feedback on this. This is an email distribution and putting information in their quarterly newsletter about speed violations and the dangers of speed. Some of that information also includes the consequences of being cited and what can happen to your driver's license being potentially suspended and or your vehicle being impounded. We created a driver safety program in collaboration with the Burbank Unified School District and the school board for young drivers. This is targeting or being geared towards ninth graders, so these young drivers, before they ever get behind the wheel of a car, we want them to understand the rules of the road and the dangers of bad driving behavior. This will provide instruction over 3 separate sessions. We've already had the first session. We just had that recently. And the feedback from administrators and the students has been absolutely positive and very engaging. It's an interactive process with officers and the students. So we're trying to build that trust and relationship with our community and our young drivers. And that session was mindfulness for young drivers, which covers basic rules of the road and safety aspects, but we are going to get into 2 additional sessions regarding specifically the dangers of speed, street racing, and impaired driving. But we are going to continue to do this on a daily occurrence, and you will see us out there doing enforcement for speed. And thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chief. Lieutenant Fromer, thank you for sharing all that information with not only council and the community as well. It's good to know that we have been proactive for many years. Our Traffic Bureau has been out there. It's just recently, obviously, that mishaps have happened that have brought it to light, more attention to it. Fortunately, nobody was badly injured at this incident. Thank God for that. But moving forward, I appreciate everything Lieutenant Fromer and your Traffic Bureau are doing for the safety of our residents. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anything else? All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, would it be appropriate to ask one question at this juncture?
Council member, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, if the lieutenant would come back up to the podium, I did have just one question. This incident involved a Glendale resident, and so you spoke at great length about the steps that we're taking to educate Burbank residents. Any exploration of partnership with Glendale PD to take similar measures in the city of Glendale?
Thank you, Councilmember Schultz, for that question. I have been working very closely with Pasadena and Glendale. The Glendale Lieutenant Toby Darby, a fantastic resource and very passionate, as I am, about traffic enforcement and keeping our roadways safe and keeping our citizens safe. We are going to be doing joint operations between Burbank and Glendale, trying to involve Pasadena as well to bolster our motor officer numbers. So we have a strong presence. We're going to be working the border areas of our two towns, so that would be Burbank and Glendale. We're going to focus heavily on the hillside area, Glen Oaks to Sunset. But you will see that occurring soon, and we will publicize that. We are absolutely interested in educating the public that we're going to be out there doing enforcement for these things. But the ultimate goal, obviously, is to get our drivers to slow down and be safe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Anthony?
I have a quick question for the chief, if the chief is still there.
Let me call him. Yeah, he's back.
Hi, Chief. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. Real quick, the district attorney, in your opinion, has he been forthcoming in prosecuting these speed contests in Burbank, Glendale, all the places that this is happening? What do you see?
So I tell you what I see. On the misdemeanor side, it's our city attorney. For anything related to felony, I'll harken back to August 3rd of last year, where we had two subjects, a juvenile and adult, that were ultimately arrested for murder. The district attorney filed 3 counts of murder on the juvenile and on the adult subject. So for the city of Burbank, and I know the district attorney, I've known him for over 40 years, we have received the prosecutorial expectations. They have exceeded our expectations. So I'm professionally pleased with the outcome of what we have received from the DA's office.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's good to hear. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Anything else, Mr. City Manager? No.
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Lieutenant Fromer. City Attorney McDougal, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this evening, City Council met in closed session to give direction to the city's labor negotiator, Betsy McClinton, in her negotiations with all labor groups pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Those labor groups are identified on the agenda.
Thank you, sir. Now is the time for general public comment. Members of the public may address the council for up to 3 minutes on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda items except the public hearings. Any agenda items except the public hearings. Remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. To participate, please call 818-238-3335. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers online for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do, and we're ready to go.
Yes, thank you.
Our first caller is Laura Tenenbaum.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. It's Laura Faye Tenenbaum. By now, you already know me. I'm calling about the appointment to the Burbank Water and Power Board that you'll be voting on later this evening. I've gone ahead and read through all 13 applications, so I know that you have many excellent candidates to choose from, and I actually don't envy how difficult it's going to be to make your decisions tonight, but I think that having too many great candidates is the best problem to have. I wanted to share with you the reasons both that I'm asking you to appoint me to the BWP board and also why I think you should choose me. First of all, I am happy and also proud of my current role as the chair of the Sustainable Burbank Commission. I like the other members of the commission. I enjoy facilitating the meetings. I'm proud of the relationships I built with city staff, and the work we've accomplished, including collaborations with the Complete Streets team, the recent George Izay Park redesign team, Burbank Reads at the library, the Recycle Center, Public Works, and especially our extensive work on the GGRP and in the Renewable Energy Subcommittee with the DW peeps, Dawn and Mandeep and Jenny. In all honesty, it is not that I want to leave the Sustainable Burbank Committee. It is that I need to. See, I want to serve on the BWP board because the board needs my talents and my skills and my background in earth science, and I need to be where I'm most needed. Just last week, in a meeting with Dawn Lindell, she was explaining how important a diverse board will be, and I agree. Past board members have been experts in business and finance and utilities. They understand the city, and I trust that you will continue to appoint board members who represent those qualifications. But BWP also needs someone with a background in climate science. And as you know, I've worked on climate science for over a decade, and I need to be where my talents are needed most so I can be of most service in the city. I understand that these are volunteer gigs, which means that it's important to choose people who've demonstrated that they have the agency and also the bandwidth to dedicate to the work. And I hope that when you look at my track record as a commissioner and the amount of work that I've accomplished, you'll be moved to vote for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next caller is Dr. Jeff Wassam.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Dear Mr. Mayor and council members, I have a couple of announcements. I am your trustee from the Greater LA County Vector Control District. Firstly, April 18th to the 24th is California Mosquito Awareness Week, which I think is a perfect time coming up with this warm weather that we're having, because mosquitoes love two things. They love warm weather and stagnant water. So we can't do anything about the warm weather, but we can with the stagnant water. So it's a good time that people, residents, look around their homes and eliminate standing water, anything that can hold standing water even. Throw those things away, and that's going to help a lot with reducing breeding of mosquitoes. Also, this past February 25th marked the 70th anniversary of the Greater LA County Vector Control District, which was founded in 1952 as a special district under the California Health and Safety Code. For 7 decades, the district has provided essential public health services to over 6 million residents in an area extending from Santa Clarita to Long Beach. This includes 36 cities and unincorporated areas of LA County. To mark this anniversary, the district will host an open house on Saturday, April 16th from 10 to 2 p.m. That's again, April 16th, Saturday from 10 to 2 p.m. It's free and open to the public, and you can register at the district website, which is glamosquito.org. The open house will be held at district headquarters, which is in Santa Fe Springs at 12545 Florence Avenue. And all that information would be available online when you go to the district website. Also this year, the district is on the forefront of introducing a new mosquito control technology, which is known as sterile insect technology. This method uses male mosquitoes. The male mosquitoes do not bite, only the females bite. The male mosquitoes are, when they're exposed to low radiation levels, to make them sterile. Then they are released in large numbers, and the result is a great reduction in mosquito numbers. This is very similar to what LA County has done for a long time to reduce the Mediterranean fruit fly. They release sterile Mediterranean fruit flies. So the district has entered in an agreement to do this technology with the Orange County Vector Control District to begin using this technology. The technology includes purchase of an irradiation machine, setting up insectuaries to grow mosquitoes, and separation of male from mosquitoes. The projected date to begin this is next year, spring 2023, when we'll be doing limited treatments in localized areas of hotspots, initially to do surveillance of effectiveness of this technology. In the meantime, as I said before, the main thing we can do as residents is eliminate standing water and also personally protect ourselves with a mosquito repellent. So if you have any further questions or want to register at the open house, go to the district website.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much. A lot of information there. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Mermot Kachikian.
Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, welcome. You're on.
Oh, hi, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Lamont Kachikian. I'm applying to serve on the Burbank Water and Power Board. I'm hoping that my background and experience or expertise that I have already provided would be a good fit for the board, and I hope I can count on council's vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Bill Luddy.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, council members Frutos, council members Springer, Councilmember Schultz, and City Clerk Lizette Mullins. My name is Bill Luddy. I'm speaking to you this evening to ask for your support for my application for a seat on the board of the Burbank Water and Power Department. I am, by my standards, a longtime resident of Burbank, but since I can't claim either Burroughs or Burbank as my alma mater, I'm not sure I really qualify for long-term status. But regardless of the description, we've been here long enough to watch Burbank go through a series of changes and adaptations to changes in our climate and our attitude towards critical needs like water and power, where we get it, how we use it, and how we conserve it. Thankfully, Burbank Water and Power has responded to those challenges year after year. I had the privilege to serve on the Metropolitan Water District Board of Directors as we came out of the last severe drought and began working to improve and prepare the system in anticipation of the next one. And that's the drought we face now. And it will require the same planning and improvements for our infrastructure, for water and power to meet our new requirements. And I very much would like to be part of that effort. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Susan O'Carroll.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Susan O'Carroll, and I'm a longtime Burbank resident. I was calling because I wanted to make sure you're aware of the fact that 4 charter cities in the Southland have filed suit against SB 9 as violating the California Constitution. As noted in the lawsuit, and I paraphrase, the constitutional right of municipalities to zone single-family residential districts has been well-settled law for almost 100 years. In enacting SB 9, the state of California eviscerated the city's local control over land use decisions in violation of the state constitution. The legislature enacted SB 9 in the name of generating affordable housing, but nowhere in the statutory text of SB 9 is there a requirement that any of the housing created under SB 9 be affordable. Considering the already high cost of land and housing units, as well as the high cost of labor and materials within urban areas of the state, the lawsuit notes that it's unlikely that new housing created under SB 9 will be financially affordable to moderate or lower income households. Furthermore, SB 9 will exacerbate unaffordability by taking away possible affordable housing locations. The lawsuit further notes that the increase in housing projects could overwhelm water or sewer systems built to capacity in existing non-growing neighborhoods and have other infrastructure impacts. We know this will be the case in Burbank. According to the draft environmental impact report for the housing element, just the increased housing development mandated by the state through recent changes in housing element legislation will result in 57% more sewage generation than the current sewage treatment capacity in the city. SB 9 will further exacerbate this. I therefore am calling to urge that the council direct that the city either join the lawsuit as plaintiffs or support the lawsuit as amicus, and to also formally request that the League of California Cities also do so on behalf of cities. We need to fight back against unplanned and unmitigated state-mandated development before we're up to our knees in sewage and the quality of life in Burbank is destroyed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Christopher Malote.
Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and Council Member Frutos, Springer, and Schultz. My name is Chris Malott, and I wanted to introduce myself to you and kindly request your appointment to the Burbank Water and Power Board. I've been a resident of Burbank for over 7 years with my wife and 4-year-old twins. I have a passion for public service and public works. I've worked at 2 utilities in roles that help accelerate the transition to a carbon-free world. I have experience working on smart grid technologies, energy innovation, renewable energy, electric vehicles, energy efficiency, and clean energy programs. In my role, I have helped local governments with sustainability plans, REACH codes, greenhouse gas inventories, and carbon reduction strategies. I think I would be a good addition to the Burbank Water and Power Board because I will bring pragmatic solutions to solving real-world problems. Burbank Water and Power is a best-in-class utility, and I would bring my expertise to push BWP to drive greater focus on sustainability while being mindful of the need to provide safe, reliable, and affordable power. I will be honored to be able to serve my community on the Burbank Water and Power Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Emily Luddy.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and members of the council. I'm calling tonight about a couple of items, but first I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment and say how much I appreciate your focused and hard work, since these days have become once again indeed very challenging. I appreciate also Ms. McFarland's opening comments for civility and discussion. These are most welcome. So I'm calling about Pickwick. The signs are up, and I have some questions about the signs, and I'm hoping that I can get an answer about this. As I understand it, the Community Development Director's determination and the design review by council are not appealable, and therefore there will be no further opportunity for the public to participate in the decision. That's my understanding. So I'm asking, will the signs themselves have the date and time of the meeting posted on them? I was surprised there is no posting of the meeting date and time. People drive past, they have no further idea of what is going to happen next. And so that is my question. Will these signs have the date and time of the meeting posted on them? That date, as far as I know now, is April 18th at 5 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Tamala Takahashi.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tamala Takahashi. I'm a 23-year resident and longtime community advocate. Tonight I'm calling on 3 agenda items. First, item number 8, appointments to the BWP board. There are a number of excellent candidates. I would like to put a word in to support 3 of them: Vicki Kirschenbaum, Laura Tenenbaum, and Sam Miyamoto. Vicki has an excellent track record of knowledge and experience in environmentalism and knows Burbank well. Laura is especially qualified for this board, and if she is selected, she will be an immeasurable asset to the board, to staff, and to council. You would be remiss not to select Laura. And Sam is an up-and-coming who has a degree in ecology and brings a young, smart, realistic perspective and a voice for Gen Z, which is sorely needed in our leadership. I also might add, if I am not mistaken, she would be the first Japanese-American woman, and maybe even the first Japanese-American at all on a city commission. This dynamic trio will be an excellent team on the board together. I have worked with them all and highly recommend them. Secondly is agenda item number 9. I fully support putting out an RFP for this site. In particular, this would be a perfect location for a housing coordination center run by an organization like, for example, Home Again, to serve our community. And lastly, agenda item number 10, which is related. Similar to my previous comment, I noticed that the 2018-21 homelessness plan included in its top priorities a coordinated services objective. That objective is not on the list this time. Collaboration and centralized access is becoming more and more evident as an essential piece to housing and homelessness services. It should be listed as a need to have, not as it currently is as an optional want to have. As without a centralized point of entry, it doesn't matter how wonderful the services are. If folks can't find them, folks will not benefit from them. The city itself may not be the best manager of a coordination center, but the homelessness working group can certainly put it at the top of the list to find the right organization to serve in this capacity. Our community housing needs are multifaceted, and it's not easy to navigate this complicated array of services, even if they are plenty and available. If we want to serve our community, it's essential that folks know where to go and to remove barriers. Services being delivered in a patchwork way is, in and of itself, a significant barrier to access. I wish I had more time to elaborate on what has already been done so well, because there is a lot in this report worth praising, especially if one knows where we were back in 2016. I've been present in this conversation since the beginning as a member of the original homelessness task force, so I do know how far we've come. But I only have a few minutes to speak tonight on this topic, so I'll keep it at this. Please make a single point of entry for coordinated services a priority in the new homelessness plan. Thank you for your consideration on these matters, and please vote for Laura, Vicki, and Sam for the BWP board, and have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Vicky Kirschenbaum.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Vicki Kirschenbaum. As you know, I have applied for a position on the BWP board. I am in my second term as a member of the Sustainable Burbank Commission, and during the time I've served, I've become very familiar with the utility's energy portfolio and water procurement. I'm excited to see the utility moving forward on projects that were not even being considered just a few years ago, such as local solar and storage. While on the commission, I have sat in on many meetings of the BWP board, especially during the deliberations on the 2019 IRP, and I have not heard a strong voice for the environment on that board. I would like to see the board discuss some of the innovative projects our neighbor cities are pursuing. I'd like to see robust discussions on how funds might be obtained to meet the significant challenges of getting to 100% clean energy earlier than the state mandate, given the dire IPCC climate change projections. We need a strong voice for the environment on the board, and I would welcome the opportunity to be that voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Simon Hamill.
Welcome.
Good evening, members of council. This is Simon. I wanted to follow up on the ZTA and thank you for retaining the current top of plate that's been working on builds in the flats and also those constructed in the hillside for over 5 years. Thank you for protecting the privacy of thousands of residents who live in all neighborhoods. I heard from a few callers the last meeting who expressed the belief that not all voters should be a part of the democratic process of choosing laws in their city. So on behalf of everyone else, I thank you. I'm keeping an open mind, and hopefully there won't be complaints over the next 18 months. I also hope that the general fund will no longer be needed in conjunction with properly pricing what the city charges through the upcoming DIF agenda items. I would have liked a chance in the last meeting to respond to something presented for the first time in the staff presentation, which brings me to a request for any of you intending to run for election in the fall, or for anyone else really, please bring back even a 2-minute final oral at the end of each meeting. The people should have a chance to have the final word in any democratic institution, not the elected leaders, not the people's professional staff, but the voters, especially in a case where the tax-funded staff introduces new evidence after the presentations are closed that might be contrary to any voter's position, which is exactly like what happened in the previous hearing. It seems there was also some confusion about the nature of the public input. Your voters can decide for themselves if the bare minimum legal standard is sufficient, and if they have had a chance to express themselves fully, they're smart enough. To be clear, we weren't asking if there was enough time given to the process, just to be clear. There will be a time in the fall to make this even more clear if there needs to be. Finally, I want to thank Member Springer, Member Schultz, Member Anthony, and Member Frutos. Some of you reached out to me directly and others I've been told that you had phone or Zoom conversations to fully hear out other residents who hold positions similar to my own about some of the possible negative impacts of the ZTA measure. Even though we didn't get everything we wanted, I can tell you it's very meaningful to get a chance to be heard and give our full explanations and reasons for our concerns. It would just be better to have this be on the record in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Albert Hernandez.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, and city leaders. This is Albert Hernandez, CEO of Home Again. I'm just calling you regarding agenda item number 10, the homeless plan that was drafted up by our city staff and the consultant firm. I'm very excited that this is being put together and that the city staff, I'm very appreciative that they've put this together and put wonderful ideas in the plan, specifically looking at the possibility of tiny homes, safe parking, and of course, rapid rehousing. I'm very supportive of the plan, but I would like to share that I would encourage that the plan have some sort of timeline attached to it, meaning informing the council, city staff, and your partners what are the outcomes projected for each year in the 5-year plan. I think having something tangible and being able to identify what are the goals and benchmarks throughout the 5 years, I think would be a little bit more helpful. I've shared with each one of our council members via email that Home Again, our organization, is definitely here to support you in achieving those goals that the city staff have put together in the plan. And we'd love to continue our partnership with each and every one of you so we can continue finding solutions for our homeless issues here in this beautiful city of Burbank. So again, I'm in support of the plan that's being proposed. However, I feel there's a couple items that are missing, those being the timeline and some proposed outcomes. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and have a great meeting tonight. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Jean Schamberger.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the Burbank City Council. My name is Jean Schamberger. I'm calling regarding agenda item number 08, the vacancy appointments for the Burbank Water and Power Board. I'm calling in support of two of the applicants, Laura Tenenbaum and Vicki Kirschenbaum. I've had the pleasure of serving on the Sustainable Burbank Commission with these two applicants for the past several years. And while we would miss them very much on the Sustainable Burbank Commission, they have both really demonstrated incredible knowledge, education, training, passion, commitment, investment of significant time and work into learning a great deal about the Burbank Water and Power Department of Burbank Department of Water and Power, the changes needed in Burbank to continue our shift toward renewable energy, the changes needed regarding climate change, and particularly with the establishment of the sustainability officer position resident within the BWP, would really support people who have the sustainability background being appointed to this board. Thank you for your consideration. I know you have a strong slate of candidates, but I think these two would do a wonderful job, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just waiting for a moment to see if somebody's coming through, but it looks like we may not have anyone. Thank you.
Well, I'll wait to hear from you when it's time.
Okay, I've been informed we don't have any more callers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. There being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. If you would like to participate in public comment for the first public hearing on tonight's agenda, please call now at 818-238-3335. Once again, it's 818-238-3335. 3-5. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and our City Attorney. Colleagues who would like to start? Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who took the time to call tonight. Good luck to all of the applicants for the Burbank Water and Power Board. Former Mayor Gable Luddy did call regarding an item that'll be on a future agenda, but she did have some questions about procedure and notice. I was wondering if staff, maybe our Community Development Director, wanted to respond.
Mr. Hess?
Mr. Mayor, if you're good, I could have Mr. Prescott answer that question.
Yes, please.
Thanks. What do I have to do? I don't know how to do that.
Welcome, Mr. Prescott.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, first time standing in front of this camera in 2 years.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. Happy to be here. It looks like the date and time of the meeting was included on the notice that was mailed to everyone within 1,000 feet and in the notice posted in the newspaper, but for some reason is not on the sign. So we're going to make sure it's on the sign. We'll fix that.
Great. Thank you very much. Councilmember Frutos.
Mr. Mayor, I have one question on that same topic, if it's okay with you.
Yes,
Mr.
go ahead.
Prescott.
Mr.
Mr. Prescott.
He's coming back.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Prescott, former mayor, excuse me, Gable Lady also wanted to know about the community notification of the meeting. Are they going to be able to participate? If you can explain that to the members of the audience. Thank you.
Sure. The meeting will be at 5 p.m., April 18th. That's a Monday evening at 5 p.m., a special council meeting. Members of the public will be able to participate in the same way they have participated this evening through calling in and then the clerk will put them through.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Mayor, if I may, anyone can email comments as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prescott. Councilmember Springer.
Yes, I would like to thank all of the callers.
Thank you. Any response from City Manager or City Attorney?
No response.
I see a bunch of shaking heads. No way. Okay, I too would like to thank all the callers. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us, your concerns, as well as some criticism. I appreciate that. Okay, moving forward. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Consent calendar, item number 1, adoption of an ordinance amending the Burbank Municipal Code in its entirety to replace gender-specific language with gender-neutral language. Item 2, City Council minutes, approve the minutes for March 15th and the dark meeting for March 22nd and 29th. Item number 3, housing minutes, and that's to approve the minutes for March 1st. Item number 4, adoption of resolution approving a project list for the Road Repair and Accountability Act SB 1 for fiscal year 22-23. Item number 5, adoption of resolution approving a general service agreement with the County of Los Angeles, and that concludes all the items.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Can I have a motion for the consent calendar?
So moved.
Councilmember Schultz, is there a second? Vice Mayor Anthony. Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes to all, but an enthusiastic yes for number 4 for our road repairs. We desperately need it.
thank you. Councilmember Frutos,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes, definitely. And also on number 4, long overdue. We need that very much on a yearly basis. But I'd like to see alleys included as well in the future. Thank you. This is a time and place for the public hearing of the Burbank Housing Authority to consider the Public Housing Agency annual plan for fiscal year 2022-23 and propose amendments to the Housing Authority Administrative Plan. If you wish to comment on this item, please call now at 238-3335. You will be placed in a queue until the public hearing comment period begins. Before we begin, are there any disclosures related to this hearing, colleagues? No, seeing none. Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
Yes, you do.
Has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes, they have. We have 4 correspondence, and I believe council has all the copies for them.
Great, thank you. Will the representative of the Burbank Housing Authority please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us? Welcome, Ms. Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. For this item before you tonight, you are acting as the Housing Authority Chairperson and members of the Housing Authority Board. My name is Tricia Smith, Housing Specialist, and I'm before you this evening to present to you the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 annual plan and the required documents that the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development, also referred to as HUD, requires to be submitted by a housing authority for the administration of the Section 8 program. Next slide, please. The purpose of this presentation is to give an update on the activities of the Burbank Housing Authority in the last year and to present documents and information as required by HUD for the Burbank Housing Authority to continue to receive funding for the Section 8 Rental Assistance Program. I'll provide more details later in the presentation, but in summary, the goal of the program is to assist the most needy and vulnerable households in the city who, if not for this rent subsidy, would be at risk of becoming homeless. Program participants utilize the Section 8 rent subsidy to lease a unit in the private market and pay only a portion of the contract rent with their household income, making the unit affordable to the participant household. The Section 8 program meets the City Council goal of providing affordable housing in the community. I'll discuss council goals and objectives more in the next slide. I will end my presentation with an update on estimated funding and next steps. First, a brief overview of the Housing Authority. The mission of the Burbank Housing Authority is working together for a safe, beautiful, and thriving community. The goals and objectives outlined in these documents continue to meet the requirements of the Section 8 program tailored to the Burbank community within the funding allocation provided each year, including expanding the supply of assisted housing, maintaining the quality of assisted housing, promoting self-sufficiency of families and individuals, increasing awareness of housing choices, and working with federal representatives to improve and expand rent and home ownership opportunities for lower-income households. Furthermore, the mission, goals, and objectives of the Housing Authority tie back to the City Council-approved Affordable Housing Strategy and Puzzle, as noted in this slide. The Section 8 program is rental assistance and housing assistance to eligible households in order to afford and lease existing housing units in the community, meeting at least 2 pieces of the bigger affordable housing puzzle. New to report this year is an allocation of special vouchers targeted to homeless households and other special needs groups. In May of 2021, the Burbank Housing Authority was allocated 67 emergency housing vouchers made available through the American Rescue Plan. The emergency housing vouchers are specific to homeless households, households at risk of homelessness, those attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking or human trafficking, and recently homeless households. As of tonight, 10 emergency housing voucher participants have found housing in our community. 26 households have been issued a voucher and are looking for a unit, and we continue to work with the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, commonly referred to as LAHSA, to make referrals to the program. Since these vouchers target special groups, HUD requires the Housing Authority to work with LAHSA, the city's local continuum of care for homeless services. Staff is working diligently with LAHSA to utilize all 67 vouchers allocated by 2023 as required by HUD. In order to continue to receive Section 8 program funding, HUD requires housing authorities to submit documents that outline the mission of the city and housing authority and the goals for achieving its mission, serving the city's most needy and vulnerable households in the upcoming year. These documents include the annual plan for fiscal year 2022 to 2023, which provides a progress report for the second year of the 2020 to 2025 five-year plan, and the administrative plan, which establishes local policies and procedures for administering the Section 8 program. Each document is explained in more detail in the next couple of slides. The due date for these documents is April 15th, 2022. The Section 8 program is only one piece of the City Council's larger housing strategy and goals for providing affordable housing in the community. By implementing this federally funded program and maximizing the utilization of vouchers available, the Housing Authority has taken existing housing units in the community and provides rent subsidies to make those units more affordable for extremely low and very low-income households. In order to continue to receive these funds, the Housing Authority must submit an update to the approved 2020 to 2025 five-year plan that describes the Burbank Housing Authority's mission and the goals for achieving its mission during the remaining period of the plan. The second year of the five-year plan, the Burbank Housing Authority assisted 855 extremely low and very low-income households. Housing Authority staff has been monitoring expenses on a monthly basis, utilizing available reserve funds, and if necessary, will request additional funds from HUD. HUD also requires housing authorities to submit revisions to the administrative plan if necessary. The administrative plan establishes local policies and procedures for administering the program in compliance with regulations and requirements. The proposed changes this year are clarifying processes and procedures that come up during the day-to-day implementation of the Section 8 program, of which are summarized in your materials. In addition, Chapter 17 for the new emergency housing vouchers was added in December 2021 as presented end of last year. The proposed program documents were presented as required to the Resident Advisory Board, made up of current tenants on the program. A virtual public meeting was held on February 22nd, 2022. The meeting was advertised on the city's website, published in the Los Angeles Times, and more than 850 postcards were mailed. The Resident Advisory Board did not have any questions, comments, or changes to the documents. Furthermore, no comments have been received on the draft documents that have been posted on the city website and available on the first floor of the Community Services Building. The Burbank Housing Authority has not yet received the final program budget for housing assistance payments for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. However, based on last year's expenses, staff is budgeting for an estimated total of $10.1 million to administer the program. With this level of funding, it is expected that Burbank will fund all current 855 voucher holders on the program. We do not know at this time if additional vouchers can be funded, up to the allocation of 1,029. However, staff continues to closely monitor voucher utilization, turnover and funding, and as funds are available, new applicants will be selected from the waiting list. Staff will follow the process as outlined in the administrative plan. If approved this evening, the updated administrative plan and annual plan will be submitted to HUD by the deadline of April 15th, 2022, to continue to receive federal funding. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your presentation. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes on this public hearing item only. Please call 818-238-3335. The phone lines are now open. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers online for public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor, the lines have been open and we don't have any callers. I do have one thing to correct, Mr. Mayor, on the item that you asked me earlier about correspondence. Actually, item 6, we did not receive correspondence, and item 7, we did receive correspondence. So I want to correct that for the records. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So there being no public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Would the representative of the Burbank Housing Authority like to respond to any questions that were not posed by the speakers or any further comments?
No further comment.
You're good?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does the council have any questions of staff? Colleagues, questions? Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff. Solid presentation. I reviewed the administrative plan updates. I have no questions there. But about the annual plan, I want to talk about the emergency housing vouchers, the 67 that were allocated. So I had 2 questions. First of all, I'm noticing a discrepancy. When I was reading the report, which was dated, well, it was dated for today's date, but I'm assuming it was prepared earlier. I believe it had said we had only housed 5 people with vouchers, but today you're reporting 10. So just wanted to confirm that what was in the presentation tonight is the accurate number, not what was in the report.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Schultz. That is correct. As of this evening, we have updates to provide to you, and it's 10 households that have leased a unit.
Okay. So I guess the only question I have, but it's the big picture question for me, is 10 is better than 0, and I completely get that. But to be honest, I'm a little disappointed that we haven't been able to house more folks that are eligible for the EHV. So I'm wondering if you can just explain to us and to the public what have been the obstacles to date with getting people approved and with the EHV in hand and housed. What are the obstacles and what is the plan to overcome that and get everyone connected with housing over the next year?
Thank you for the question. Happy to explain that to the council and to members of the public. The emergency housing vouchers, as described this evening, have to go through a referral process through the Los Angeles Homeless Services Agency, through LAHSA, our local continuum of care. So unfortunately, we weren't able to pull households straight from our Section 8 waiting list. We do have a waiting list, as the community is aware. Folks have indicated if they have a homeless preference. Some are working with local homeless service providers already. However, one of the things that the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development required was that the referrals for the EHVs, the emergency housing vouchers, had to go through this referral process. Households had to be part of the local continuum of care, the coordinated entry system. So we've been working with service providers to make referrals. We provided close to 100 referrals for those of our households in the community that we are homeless and have been in interim housing, for example. We also worked with organizations such as Home Again and also a family service agency to provide referrals. So we've been doing our part since August of last year to provide referrals. From those referrals, we unfortunately didn't receive application packets till October. However, this is a demographic, as you've heard, that does need several resources, does need case management. It's a little bit more challenging to get information from them. So applications did take a little longer than expected. But that was a bump in the road in the beginning. Now we are getting applications regularly. We've received 44 to date. So of those 44, we've shared this evening with the presentation, the update is 10 leased, another 24 out on the street. So we continue to review those. Moving forward, we are looking, we have a housing navigation contract with Home Again in order to help our voucher holders look for and find a unit. And then moving forward as well, once they are leased in a unit, trying to get another service partner to provide case management, because once households are in units, we also do want them to remain in the unit and get the case management they require in order to now be in a residential unit. That maybe for some folks has been some time.
Thank you. I just had one very quick follow-up to that. So if I'm reading the tea leaves correctly, it sounds like there's been some delay attributable to LAHSA, which is our continuum of care provider. Is that right?
That I think was across the board. I don't, they're certainly a partner that is working very closely with us. We continue to have weekly meetings with them. I think it was across the board for all organizations, all housing authorities, to get a new program up and running. So now that we've got the system worked out, we're in now, so to speak, getting the routine down to get the applications in, reviewed, and then those issued.
Well, thank you for the answers, and I don't want to diminish the work staff's doing. I know you're all working really, really hard. 10 vouchers, 10 people housed is better than nothing, but I really want to see all 67 housed, because otherwise there's no point to the voucher, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, anyone else? Questions, comments? Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. How many people are on the waiting list?
I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Smith.
Good evening, Councilman Frutos. The statistic report on our waiting list, currently we have a total of 26,000 on our resident and non-resident list. Our resident list is currently just over 3,200.
And out of that, how many vouchers are going outside the city of Burbank to support housing?
I don't understand your question.
In other words, how many families are we giving them a voucher that aren't living in Burbank?
That is a portability file, so a Section 8 participant with the Burbank Housing Authority. Currently, we pay, or we have 30 individuals that have taken their voucher from Burbank to other cities outside of Burbank. That's 30.
Can I just add to that, Council Member? I think it's important to know that we have people that are porting out, what we call porting out. They have the ability to take their voucher and go elsewhere. But they also there are people that have the ability to port in. And so there's people coming in and out both sides. So when you look at the 30 number of that have used their voucher outside, there may be a number of people that are using their voucher from somebody else and coming into the city too. So it's not a one-way road.
To help the residents, the viewers of this meeting, can you explain why we have people out that are getting vouchers that are not living in the city of Burbank, but they're living outside, why that happens?
Let me talk about it in terms of bigger terms, because this is a federal program. So the money is flowing from the federal government into the city of Burbank and into other cities. And because it's federal money, they want to give the ability for that money to be used in any city. So the people have to meet the certain criteria of income levels, and once they receive that, the federal government feels, and HUD feels, that it's very important to be able to allow for that mobility still. So it's particularly hard for Burbank because we may issue a voucher, and as you know, ultimately that person may get priced out of the market. And so they may not have a choice to be able to stay there. They may have to move on. And so that's always a concern of ours also.
Okay, and I know that we're required by law to do this report. Who audits this report to make sure that we're in compliance?
That one I will turn over to the rest of my staff.
Hello, thank you for the question, Councilmember Frutos. These documents are turned over to the local housing of the local Los Angeles Office of Housing and Urban Development. We provide these documents to them. We also do a self-audit that is required, and that information is also turned over to that office. So, and in addition to that, we have to submit all of our information on a monthly basis to the voucher management system, which is a federal reporting system. So all of the information that you've heard this evening in the documents, how many vouchers are leased, how many port outs are going out, how many are coming in, that's all reported on a monthly basis. And the HUD does have this data, and they utilize this data to provide about the money to us on a monthly basis, and they also utilize that data to be able to provide the budget for the next year. As of date, as we reported this evening, we don't have what that final budget authority is, but that reporting that we do on a monthly basis is critical so that they can then give us the funding for the next year.
Now, does your office not only follow up with the report to our Congress members' staff, but do you talk to them after this report to see, if we can increase the funding to include more families in the future with higher funding through our congressional members' support through his staff?
We are in communication with the local Los Angeles HUD office. There are certain areas that we can request funding. A couple of years ago through the CARES Act, there was an opportunity to request additional funds, which staff did and we have received. There's also an opportunity to increase subsidy levels for certain types of vouchers, which we have requested for the veterans vouchers, for example, the VASH vouchers, which we asked and have received. So we are in continuous discussions, and anything that's available in terms of an increase or a waiver or an opportunity to be more flexible for the voucher participants in Burbank, we will have those communications with the staff.
Great, thank you for answering my questions. No more further questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff.
Thank you. Anyone else? Vice Mayor Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Leland, I wanted to just continue on something that Councilmember Frutos was talking about. When someone ports out from Burbank, they get their voucher in Burbank, they're here 2, 3, 4 years, and they move to LA. In the next cycle, do they get counted as part of LA's Section 8?
Thank you for that question, Vice Mayor. If I could start with, first of all, as Ms. McParland was saying, this is a federal program, and to HUD, the port in, port out process isn't really an issue. And they made it very flexible so that voucher holders are able to move freely. They're able to move freely from one community to another, from one state to another. So if there's a housing authority and they want to utilize their voucher to move to go see family in Florida, then that's the flexibility that they provide. So I just want to make sure the community understands that is by design by the federal government so that our voucher holders have that flexibility. So the fact that people port in or out is actually a benefit to be able to have this voucher. Doesn't mean you have to stay in one unit forever
Sure,
and ever.
No, I get all that. No,
Okay.
Yeah, of course you got to be able to move because what if family moves and all that? No, I understand that. I'm just talking for our numbers.
Sure.
Because the counterpoint to that is if people port into Burbank, are they still considered in the numbers from the city that they got their voucher? Or when we do the cycle over again, do we count them as part of our vouchers?
There's a mechanism that goes both ways. So we have the opportunity, housing authorities have an opportunity to actually absorb, meaning we count those to our number if we have the funding and the availability of vouchers. So HUD doesn't allow us, if we have the 1,014 vouchers and we're at 1,014, they wouldn't allow us to absorb 10 coming in from the city of LA, for example. We would have to bill the Housing Authority of LA for those vouchers coming in to live here. So it really depends on the Housing Authority, where you're going to, where you're coming from, if there's availability of vouchers available, if there's funding availability to be able to absorb them. And if we're not able to absorb them, then we bill. And we bill the Housing Authority where they're coming from. So in the numbers, as was mentioned earlier, we may have, and I don't have the figure offhand, people porting in, and if we don't have the funding to pay for those and absorb them, then we are billing out to Glendale, Pasadena, Los Angeles, for example, for those households to be living here.
So comparatively, is Burbank the kind of city that can take in more people than leaves out or ports out? Or are we conversely always going to be behind? Basically, are we getting a lot of port-ins that remain with their, I don't know how you say it, homeroom city, right? The city that they started with. Do we have a lot of external city vouchers here in Burbank that we just can't absorb because, we're just not meeting our numbers?
That really just depends on the availability of units and the rents. So that's really the sign of a higher rental market, what availability there is. For us in the community of Burbank, we have senior buildings that you may know, for example, and so our voucher holders are in many of those senior buildings. We also have our Burbank Housing Corporation as a partner. They have several voucher holders that are in those units as well. So it really is a sign of the availability of units and the rental market to be able to see if somebody can lease here in Burbank, or if they have an opportunity and aren't able, like the new voucher holders aren't able to find, even though we have a housing navigator, they may be able to look outside of Burbank, for example, right outside in the San Fernando Valley, maybe a little bit more reasonable rent. So it really is a determination based on the rental market.
The reason why I'm asking these questions, and I have just a couple more questions about it. The reason why I'm asking these is because I have multiple Burbank residents who keep contacting me, asking me about the wait list. The wait list, how long is the wait list? And earlier we mentioned 26,000 resident and non-resident and 3,200 resident only, but how long is that in terms of months or years? If someone is a resident in Burbank and there are only 3,200 people in front of them, how long, what's the wait time on that?
Well, a couple of things to put it into context, if I may. The last time we pulled from the waiting list was in 2019, right before the pandemic. And since then, though, we continue to monitor to see if there is funding availability. So we are looking now, and even though we haven't received the budget allocation for this next year, I have heard in funding webinars that it is looking good for the Section 8 program, in that there could be a little bit of a bump so that we can possibly pull from the waiting list. So to the direct question of how long could it be, we're not sure, because in our administrative plan that the community can look at online, it is based on preferences. So we do have a disability preference, a veteran preference, homeless preference, for example. So it really is there's not a date stamp. It doesn't mean if you applied on the first day or the last day. So it really is based on preferences. So all that to say, there isn't a time frame that we could give, but the good news is that staff is preparing and hopeful that in this next year, in 2022, 23, we will have possibly the funding to go back to the waiting list and select from the waiting list based on our administrative plan.
Okay. I have a young man who's disabled who keeps contacting me that he's been on the wait list for 6 years now. Is there a way for him to check to see how many people are in front of it? Like, is there a number he can call just to put his mind at ease, like, okay, there's this many people ahead of me?
Absolutely. He can certainly call the housing office. There's also, if this gentleman has access to a computer, and we do have everything online as well, but I'm happy to give the housing phone number. I'm just going to say it out loud now for those listening at home. The number for the housing office is area code 818-238 5160. We, our staff can provide information in terms of, are you on the waiting list? We don't advise to get into details, only because I would never want staff to give the wrong information. But if they certainly want to then have access to a computer and get more details, we can update information. If someone is now, something else in terms of a preference, they can update their application at any time. They now prefer to utilize a P.O. box, for example. That could all be completed and certainly can update applications as we prepare. I do want to mention, I have a note that Ms. Tricia Smith provided, that there are 26 port-ins currently right now in our unit mix.
So we have 30 port outs and 26 port ins. Okay, last question. So $10 million, that's what we're getting, or our budget, 10.1 million. How does the government determine that number for Burbank? Is it based on population? Is it based on average rents? Like, what is going on with that number?
Currently, it's based on expenditures, and that's what HUD has been utilizing for the last several years now. I was mentioning it a little bit before that part of the auditing, the checks and balancings that we have to do is this monthly reporting through the voucher management system. So if HUD is seeing that we have 855 vouchers issued and that's costing us almost $1 million, they're saying, oh, okay, they're in Burbank, it's more expensive. So let's look at their funding, let's look at their cost, let's look at how many vouchers they're utilizing, and that's what they're looking at on a monthly basis, and then at a year time to see then what the next budget allocation will be, all within the budget authority through the federal budget that is approved.
So we have 1,029 vouchers allocated, but we're only paying for 855 of them? Did I get that right, or am I mistaken?
That is correct, and that's because we are paying almost more than $900,000 on average a month in housing assistance payments to our 855 households in the community. Again, back to the funding limitation is we don't receive enough funding to fund all vouchers allocated to our community.
So what happens to that 174? No, 100. I'm doing the numbers wrong. What happens to the 124 people who are missing that?
The difference in the vouchers is unfortunately they're not utilized. However, going back to looking at the reporting, the funds that are coming in, that's where we see if there's availability, and we work with, there was a question earlier on how closely we work with HUD. We do work with the local HUD office, and we do work with them to see, okay, is there now some wiggle room? Are we going to be expecting more money? And if the answer is they're saying it's looking good, we're going to get ready to start pulling some additional people from the waiting list in order to utilize that gap of 100 or so vouchers.
So can I just add to that question also? So what happens is we receive an allocated amount of funds, and we're also receive an allocated number of maximum vouchers that we can issue. And so if you hit one of those two maxes, either you use all the funds or you use all the vouchers, then you're done. And so because we spend more money here and allocate more money towards each of those vouchers, we reach the maximum amount of funding before we reach the maximum amount of vouchers.
Gotcha. And then I know Ms. Smith mentioned that we can request additional funding. If we show that the federal government that we are, 174 vouchers under while hitting our maximum on the payment, are you saying it's likely that they would look at that and say, whoa, that's way too little. You got to get closer to the 1079. And so you're saying there's a likelihood that we're going to get more funding back?
It could be. That's one of the factors they'll look at. They're going to first see how many vouchers are being utilized, and if we have enough funds to actually fund those existing voucher holders, they would not want to take anyone off of the program, and they would look at that to see if there's a shortfall, is the term that they utilize. And then moving forward, they're also seeing, well, what is your utilization rate of what's allocated to you, and to see if they can provide additional funding to utilize some of those as well.
And another factor that pertains into that is what is the overall allocation by the federal government. And so you're looking at not just the city of Burbank, but you're looking at cities all across the nation that are participating in the Section 8 program. So if the feds decide to fund it at the exact number that they were funding it before, we may not get any extra money. If they decide to add money to that allocation, we may end up with some extra funds. So it has to be looked at both the macro and the micro levels.
Yeah, that was going to be my last question. If we as a council should be pushing our congressional representatives to increase that HUD funding nationwide, which I'm assuming a lot of these cities across the country are having trouble with this. But that's a discussion for another time. Thank you. I appreciate this report and going into detail.
Thank you. Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you for the report. Can you please explain the relationship between the 855 and the 67?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Springer, for the question. The 855 are the Section 8 Housing Choice vouchers that we have allocated out of the 1,014, and then we have an additional 15 VASH vouchers. Then now we have an additional 67 emergency housing vouchers. The one piece that is in addition to this whole piece of the puzzle is that the 67 emergency housing vouchers do come with their own housing assistant payment funds, so that is a good news. Currently, we're getting very limited funds only for the 10 that have been leased, but as we get the budget for this next year, we're expecting to see an additional amount just for in housing assistant payment funds, just for the 67 emergency housing vouchers.
Oh, okay. So what's the difference in the benefit? So the 67, are they Section 8 or is it for a more finite period of time?
The 67 emergency housing vouchers do fall under the Section 8 program, the bigger umbrella. They do fall under the big umbrella, just as the VASH, which are for homeless veterans, also fall under the bigger housing choice voucher program. They're just targeted, and they have a specific target of population that we have to refer to and make sure we document that fall under those particular vouchers.
So the addition of the 15 and the 67 get us closer to the 1,029. They count towards the 1,029?
The 15 VASH vouchers, yes, count to the 1,029. In addition to that, we have an additional 67 emergency housing vouchers. We haven't included that in the total quite yet because we're still in the process of leasing and seeing what the final budget allocation specifically for those will be.
Okay, so are we sure that we can fund the 67?
When we received the 67 vouchers last year, we also received the initial housing assistant payment budget. However, HUD only provides it if we're utilizing it. So we hadn't received any of those funds for housing assistant payments until they saw the first voucher leased, which was at the end of last calendar year. So I was mentioning earlier the reporting. As they see reports come in for the vouchers utilized, vouchers now under contract, then they will start paying out the funds. So we do know in terms of a budget that there is budget set aside for the emergency housing vouchers. We just haven't received it all because we only have, as of this evening, as was reported, 10 vouchers leased. So as those vouchers are leased and utilized and we report that, those funds will start coming in.
Oh, okay, so we anticipate that the funds will equal the vouchers.
Correct.
Right?
That's
okay.
That's what HUD will provide.
Okay, and so do you think that June 30th, that more of them will need to be used because the eviction moratorium ends June 30th, and maybe that's why there was, they are called emergency vouchers, and I would have too thought that they would have been all used up.
The emergency housing vouchers, just to clarify, aren't directly tied to anything else related to the eviction order or anything like that, or the moratoriums through the state or LA County. The emergency housing vouchers are to assist, as was mentioned, homeless households and the targeted population. And the challenging part, as was shared earlier, was that they had to be based on a referral from households in Burbank, those in interim housing, those fleeing from domestic violence. So they were based on referrals to Los Angeles Homeless Services Agency, who then reviews those applications, then submitted them back to us for eligibility review. So it could be that, back to the point of the eviction moratorium ending in June, or the protection, it could be that some households, if they find themselves in a position where they are homeless and they start working with a service provider, they start getting into the coordinated entry system, and they start getting into a process, they are with Home Again, for example, and they get referred to rapid rehousing through Home Again, and they start getting some sort of assistance, that then they would be referred to these emergency housing vouchers.
Okay, thank you. So do you see anybody who might be slipping through the cracks because of delays in the paperwork, since there are only 10?
I believe, as the staff that's been following this since we first received them, we've sent over referrals from our households here in the community that are in interim housing, the Home Again referrals through Rapid Rehousing, through Family Service Agency, working with them directly on those referrals. We continue to give referrals. So we're sending those referrals to LAHSA to make sure that they are getting our households, our homeless households that meet this target population, to LAHSA. Now, also, it is a challenging population in order to get documents together, applications together, make sure they're complete, and then they come back to us. It's a process, and so we're working also on that piece of it to help with navigation to find a unit, and also with case management. So once somebody is in a unit, as mentioned earlier, they have the opportunity to remain there and have the services to be successful in their new unit.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Let me weigh in. I have a couple of questions. So the total number on the waiting list is 26,000 plus 3,200? Or is it 26 inclusive of the 3,200?
Is it inclusive? It's inclusive.
So 26,000 waiting list. And how long has this list been on?
The last time the waiting list was open was in 2016.
So we started at zero and then started taking applications?
We've had waiting list openings over the years, but that's the last time it was open. I couldn't give you the figure for what it was before 2016, but it was added. In the administrative plan, the waiting list was open in 2016 once we got to a certain number, so it could have been, I think, less than 100 applications on the resident list is what the administrative plan says.
So we just keep adding names onto the list.
If we meet the requirement of the administrative plan, which is less than 100 households on the resident list, we will open up the waiting list and add to the waiting list.
Okay, so is there a criteria? I heard a criteria that if you meet this certain homeless, if you're a veteran, disabled, is that the criteria that one has to meet?
When selection from the waiting list happens, as I was mentioning earlier, staff is very optimistic that we're hopeful that in this next budget year, we'll receive the funding to select from the waiting list again. The last time was in 2019. We will go to the document, the administrative plan, and based on what the City Council as the Housing Authority Board approved, that they approved, you have approved a preference. So you can see if someone's application is a Burbank resident, a non-resident, are you a disabled veteran? And so there's a whole mechanism for preferences in the administrative plan, and we will go through to our waiting list and select based on those preferences. But depending on the number of, the funding availability, let's say we're thinking we're going to have, just using a round number, $10,000 additional. So we select maybe 50 households from the waiting list based on their preferences and go through eligibility and go through that process, just as defined.
So if you remember, Mayor, if I may interject, About 3 or 4 years ago, we brought an item to council, and when we updated the administrative plan, and one of those things that we talked about was the preferences, and council reviewed those preferences and gave their input, and then that's how those preferences were developed. And so we assigned a certain amount of points per se to each of those preferences, and so when we open up the waiting list and we take new applicants, we look at those preferences, and that's how we pull from that big, sorry, I think my microphone's cutting out, but that's how we pull from that big 3,200 list of residents, because the residents have the highest preference at this point. And then we go from there and add in points for homelessness, veterans, and disabled, and those types of things. And then as we go through each of those, they have to qualify. So we have to make sure that they still have income coming in, that they still meet those preferences and all of those. And so you may pull 100 people, but out of that 100 people, only maybe 10 actually qualified for the program because things have changed during that process period.
And I think I've asked this before in regards to the 26,000 waiting list. How often do we update that list? Or is it incumbent upon the people that are on the list to notify you about changes in their life?
Both. There's the process is both applicants can update their application, and also every 2 years we'll go through and review and send notices and or notifications that go out to everyone on the waiting list. And as those notices come back and there's a change of address, for example, we'll update it. If they come back and say no longer interested, take me off the list. So we do look at the waiting list regularly to update it as well.
And if people have passed away?
We have had that situation as well.
So every 2 years that is looked at and updated, the list?
Correct. One of the recent mailings that we also did was a COVID mailing, and so we were able to utilize any data that came in from that mailing to say if there was a new address, we were able to update the address, or we utilize those mechanisms for updating as well, so to make sure that we have current information for our applicants.
Now, just focusing on the new address, if I moved, how will you get notified that I've moved? I have a new address. And I don't get that card that was sent to the old address.
Correct, and that's one of the reasons with an application, we do want to make sure, there was a question earlier about updating their information. We do ask that applicants keep in contact with our office and update their information regularly. They can do it online or they can fill it out in our office. We still have office hours now open on the first floor, can fill that out and update their information as well.
Do you send this information out to the 26,000 that are on the list?
We will again when the next time comes, and in our next round. We have in the past, we will send them a form and say, is this still current? Do you still need this housing assistance? What is your new information? And they can return that, and we can update the information based on that form.
And I realize in today's world, we depend a lot on computer, right? I mean, we want people to go to the computer and respond, and that's but a lot of the people don't have access to computers or are not savvy enough to work a computer. They need face-to-face contact. So we make ourselves available. We let them know that there's 2 or 3 avenues so we can discuss your certain situation.
Absolutely, Mayor and Chair of the Housing Authority Board. That is certainly an option. We will take them in writing. They could fill out the information, submit it to our office. Again, first floor of the Community Services Building. They can do it online if that's their preference. We give them option. Even when we did open the waiting list in 2016, we still kept the option of a paper application because we know that there are some households that may still not have access or not feel comfortable. And so we do give them options of how to submit information.
Okay. Councilmember Schultz, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just one last question. So I know we've thrown around a lot of acronyms, but for those who are watching at home, probably waiting for another agenda item, the Emergency Housing Voucher Program is something I'm really passionate about. I know the staff is too, because to the Vice Mayor's point, yes, we absolutely can and should be advocating to our member of Congress, to our senators for more funding. But this is that opportunity. this is a special program that was roped in as part of the American Rescue Plan, which is dedicated to those who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, or those who are fleeing domestic violence and stalking and human trafficking. So my question is, I think this is incredibly important. And before we start going back asking for more money, I want to be able to say we're utilizing all 67 vouchers and we want to fund the remaining ones that we can't. So here's the question. In the staff report, I know that there was reference to asking for a new position in the budget. I'm not trying to open up the budget conversation. I just have one very narrow question related to this. Would that new staff position play any role in administering the emergency housing voucher program? And what would that role include?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Schultz. That role as proposed, without getting into the budget discussion, is going to be very critical to the administration of an additional 67 housing vouchers. We are a very small staff, and this is a very particular population and demographic where we want to make sure these voucher holders are successful in a new unit once they are in a new unit. So what's critical to that will be a staff person who can really engage with these voucher holders and have the service providers to provide that aftercare as well. And we do have, and we will receive administrative fees specifically for the 67 housing vouchers, and that would be where the funding is coming from. Not from the general fund or anything else. It's specifically for administrative fees for the emergency housing vouchers.
Outstanding. That makes my day. Mr. Mayor, I don't want to cut the conversation short, but I am ready to make a motion.
Hang on. Hold on to that motion for now. Let me ask one more question. So what you're saying is that these monies for the 67 vouchers are gonna cover the additional position?
Correct. There is specific funding administrative fees that come with the 67 emergency housing vouchers specifically for administrative fees. That would be the funding for the proposed position.
And that'll cover 100%.
It will be part of it, again, not getting into the budget discussion, but part of it, majority would be emergency housing voucher. There is a small percentage that also would be Section 8, but it would be covered by these federal funds, not from any other funding source.
Great, that's good to hear. Councilmember Schultz, go ahead. Oh, wait a minute. Vice Mayor Anthony, question?
Yeah, just before we make a motion, I wanted to ask City Attorney McDougall, if I know we have regular updates to our legislative platform where we're talking to our state and federal reps, is now a good time that we can discuss adding a push for increased HUD funding, or would we need to agendize that for a later time?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a normal thing that you usually do, but this is the administrative plan. And I think you asked staff that question and staff responded that it's a continual effort for them to go back and get additional funding for the unused vouchers.
Well, not just the additional funding for our own needs, but.
No, you can't talk about the legislative platform.
Okay, that's what I want. Okay. Thank you.
And that was a good point that was made. I believe it was Councilmember Schultz. Let's use up all our funding that we have appropriated to the city of Burbank, and then we can go ahead and ask for more and show the fact that we've used all our money. We could use more. Anyway, Councilmember Schultz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Burbank approving the agency's annual plan for fiscal year 22-23, updates to the Section 8 administrative plan, and authorizing the executive director to execute the certifications required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
You know, before we go there, there's a couple other items that are on the script that I was negligent. Let's give the representative of the Burbank Housing Authority, do you wish to make any further comments? No? Okay. Now I declare the hearing closed, and then the council will now deliberate, which we have. What is the council's pleasure? Is there any discussion or a motion?
I will just say ditto everything I said about 30 seconds ago.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. This is the time and place for the hearing for project number 22-1350 concerning consideration and adoption of an urgency ordinance and fee resolution in order to establish interim development controls and fees for two-unit residential developments and urban lot splits in all single-family residential zones, and to allow the council time to study and consider enactment of zoning measures in response to Senate Bill 9. If you wish to comment on this item, please call now at 818-238-3335. You will be placed in a queue until the public hearing comment period begins. Before we begin, are there any disclosures relating to this hearing? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you all know, I am an employee of the California Department of Justice. However, I work in the criminal division of the department. I have no connection with the housing strike force. I have not discussed the matter with any member of the Department of Justice. And after extensive conversations with our city attorney, I do not believe there's a conflict of interest. I believe I am fair and impartial and can render an unbiased decision. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Schultz. Anyone else? No, seeing none. Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
Yes, you do.
Has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes, you have, and you do have 4 correspondence. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and members of the council. My name is Xavier Thomas, project planner for the proposed item. May I please have the presentation? Tonight, the City Council is considering adoption of an urgency ordinance and fee resolution to create development controls and fees for two-unit residential developments and urban lot splits in the city's single-family residential zones, and to allow staff time to study and consider enactment of permanent zoning measures in response to Senate Bill 9. On September 16th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed into law California Housing Opportunity and More Efficiency Act, also known as Senate Bill 9. This bill is one of several housing bills signed into law by the governor to address the state's housing shortage. Beginning January 1st, 2022, the bill requires that local agencies must approve ministerially, meaning without discretionary reviews or public hearings, a proposed housing development containing up to 2 residential units within a single-family residential zone. In addition, Senate Bill 9 requires that the local agency ministerially approve a parcel map for an urban lot split that meets certain requirements. On top of the requirements listed in the state bill, the city may impose objective development, design, and subdivision standards. California Government Code Section 65852.21 under SB 9 would allow the ministerial approval of up to 2 primary residential units on one single-family zone lot. The city is allowed to create objective development and design standards that would not preclude the construction of up to 2 residential units. The standards stated in SB 9 include a requirement for a minimum unit size, minimum setback, and parking standards. Here are the categories that are highlighted in SB 9 regarding two-unit housing developments that must be met. The ministerial review would result in a plan check review similar to the process currently required for proposed accessory dwelling units. These building permit requests cannot be appealed. Two-unit residential developments are allowed in all single-family residential zones, R1 and R1H. Two-unit developments are prohibited in high or very high fire hazard severity zones, which are shown in Attachment 6 of staff's report. The city's objective development standards cannot prohibit the construction of at least 800 square feet for a second primary dwelling unit. 1 parking space is required per unit unless the project site is within 1/2 mile walking distance of a high-quality transit corridor or major transit stop, or there is a car share vehicle located within 1 block. To accommodate for the second primary dwelling unit, the existing primary unit cannot be demolished or altered if the unit is a deed-restricted affordable unit, subject to rent control, or was occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years. The primary or second primary dwelling unit must be rented for 30 days or more. On the left, you will see a lot that is developed based on the current residential development standards in our municipal code. Today, a lot can have a primary dwelling unit, accessory dwelling unit, a junior accessory dwelling unit for a total of 3 units. On the right, you will see the maximum potential for residential units that are allowed under SB 9. 1 primary dwelling unit, a second primary dwelling unit, an accessory dwelling unit, and a junior accessory dwelling unit for a total of 4 units. The second primary dwelling unit can be detached or attached to any of the other structures on the lot. Separately, California Government Code Section 66411.7 under SB 9 would allow the ministerial subdivision of 1 single-family residential zone lot into 2 new single-family residential zone lots. SB 9 also allows for residential units to be constructed on these newly created lots as long as they meet certain minimum criteria and any city-imposed objective development, design, and subdivision standards. An objective standard means standards that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by both the development applicant or proponent and the public official prior to submittal. Here are the categories that are highlighted in SB 9 regarding urban lot splits that must be reviewed. The ministerial review would result in a process that includes other city departments providing conditions on the newly created lots. However, these conditions cannot include dedications or off-site improvements. Requests for urban lot splits cannot be appealed. Urban lot splits are allowed in all single-family residential zone lots, R1 and R1H. Similar to 2-unit residential developments, urban lot splits are prohibited in high or very high fire hazard severity zones, which are shown in Attachment 6 of staff's report. SB 9 requires that the newly created parcel must be at least 1,200 square feet in size. In addition, any objective development or subdivision standard that is imposed by the local agency cannot prohibit the construction of at least 2 800 square foot residential units on each lot. The owner of the parcel must sign an affidavit stating they intend to live in one of the residential units for at least 3 years. Here's an example of what could occur following the general provisions of SB 9 without city-tailored development controls on urban lot splits. The result could be 4 residential units on each lot, consisting of a primary dwelling unit, a second primary dwelling unit, an accessory dwelling unit, and a junior accessory dwelling unit. This would result in the total of 8 residential units on what was previously 1 single-family zone lot. SB 9 allows local agencies the discretion to limit the total amount of units proposed on a newly created lot to 2 residential units. The proposed urgency ordinance before you aims to adopt all the provisions stated in SB 9 while also creating objective development, design, and subdivision standards that are tailored to meet the local needs in our single-family neighborhoods. Based on the conversations that staff has had with other city departments, staff has determined that without the standards stated in the urgency ordinance, the potential influx of unmitigated SB 9 projects could overburden the city's existing infrastructure and city services. In addition, without clear objective standards passed, the SB 9 requirements, if applied, would create ambiguous, confusing, and potentially conflicting standards with the city's current regulations allowed in single-family zones. If the SB 9 requirements were implemented as written, they could result in a potential increase of housing units on a given single-family lot that the current general plan and land use designation of low-density residential did not anticipate. The City Council would need to approve the urgency ordinance by 4/5 vote and can extend the ordinance by an additional 10.5 months and subsequently for 1 year if needed. Here are the primary standards that are listed in the urgency ordinance that cover 2-unit residential projects: permitted zones, parking, minimum setbacks, height requirements, demolition requirements, and short-term rentals. Here are the main urban lot split standards that are listed in the urgency ordinance that cover the following topics: permitted zones, minimum lot area and width, minimum public right-of-way access, the total number of residential units allowed, and easement requirements. SB 9 allows jurisdictions to limit the number of units for urban lot splits to 2 residential units. The proposed urgency ordinance standards would limit the maximum number of units allowed on a newly created lot to 2 residential units. Here's an urban lot split example. This can either be in the form of 1 primary dwelling unit and a second primary dwelling unit, or 1 primary dwelling unit and an accessory dwelling unit. All subdivided properties should have access to public right-of-way from either the rear or side property lines, as seen on the right. If not, subdivisions shall only occur via a new lot line that starts at the front property line straight to the rear property line, as seen on the left. Lots must provide vehicle access. The creation of flag lots would be prohibited, as shown in Attachment 5 of staff's report. SB 9 does allow for cities to deny a potential 2-unit residential development or urban lot split with specific findings. Projects can be denied by the city when there is a written finding from the building official based upon the preponderance of the evidence the proposed development would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health and safety or the physical environment that could not otherwise be mitigated. Under these 2 California Government Code sections, the adoption of an urgency ordinance that aims to adopt the provisions of SB 9 or regulate 2-unit residential developments and/or urban lot splits is statutorily exempt and is not considered a project under CEQA. In conclusion, staff is requesting that the City Council adopt an urgency ordinance to preserve the public health, safety, and general welfare. The urgency ordinance will allow staff to ministerially approve 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits while adding city-specific objective standards that would limit the amount of housing units allowed so as to not have the potential of overburdening city infrastructure and services, while facilitating design standards that would fit the neighborhood character. Staff recommends the City Council adopt an urgency ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank, establishing interim development controls for 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits in all single-family residential zones, to allow the City Council time to study and consider enactment of permanent zoning measures in response to Senate Bill 9, and adopt the resolution of the Council of the City of Burbank, amending Article 3, Section 1 and 3 of the fiscal year 2021 to 2022 citywide fee schedule to establish fees to defray the city costs to review and process project applications submitted under SB 9, California Housing Opportunity and More Efficiency Act. This concludes staff presentation. I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Thomas. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes on this public hearing item only. Please call 818-238-3335. The phone lines are now open. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers online for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do, and we're ready to go.
Thank you.
Our first caller is Susan O'Carroll.
Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, and thank you again, City Council members, and thanks to the staff for their efforts to grapple with SB 9. I have a few suggestions regarding the urgency ordinance and the fee resolution. First, SB 9 has a requirement that the owner of record of the property occupy the lot or units for a minimum of 3 years, but this has no teeth. So I would suggest the city's proposed fees be modified in 2 ways to address this. First, include a fee to cover the cost of real quarterly verifications of owner occupancy to make sure that that's really happening. Second, include in the fee schedule the amount of a fine that will be imposed should the owner fail to occupy the property for the required 3 years. This should be large enough to discourage speculation and to cover the city's cost of going after the developer for fraud should they prove not to remain in residence as required. And I would suggest something on the order of 25% of the value of the new units created as a fee, as a fine. Second, as noted in the staff report, and I quote, the City Council is concerned that an influx in applications in a particular residential block and neighborhood may overburden the city's sewer and electrical infrastructure conveyance and capacity, as well as create issues with trash collection services within the affected single-family residential neighborhood. And unfortunately, since all of this is exempt from CEQA, you don't really know how bad those impacts are going to be. So what I would therefore recommend is, or suggest, is that the city include in the proposed fees a placeholder for a nexus fee to cover the additional infrastructure costs imposed on the city from residential development in excess of that allowed under the existing general plan. And I would ask that council initiate development of such an impact fee and direct preparation of a nexus fee study to determine the appropriate nexus fee amount. Finally, it's important that SB 9 not become integrated into the city's municipal code and zoning code. All SB 9 implementation ordinances should be urgency ordinances or some other form of temporary ordinance with a specified expiration date and subject to periodic review by council so that they can expire should SB 9 be invalidated by the courts or repealed by the electorate. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next caller is Emily Letty.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening again. Seems like I'm following Susan O'Carroll this evening. The urban lot split issue raised by staff, I'd just like to ask, does that mean if someone splits a lot where there is no public sidewalk, in other words, no ADA access across the front of the property, is the city able to require that, or is that improvement not permitted by SB 9? Secondly, I sent comments on the housing element draft environmental impact report, and I think this staff report begins to get to that. That was responding to the unmitigated impacts on the city's sewer capacity system, which is unavoidable and significant in the housing element draft environmental impact report. This report does not appear to address the impacts of SB 9, which add additional unmitigated impacts on the sewer treatment capacity in the city. So, first concern, SB 9 adds to unmitigated impacts, and the fact that the staff will spend more time studying that is critical. Secondly, while claiming an affordable housing imperative to override all our local objective standards for additional development, SB 9 ironically has no affordability requirement, and so my question is, can the city impose an affordability requirement via an objective standard? Third, the Berkeley Turner Center has already forecast for Burbank the number of properties that will develop under SB 9. They have a whole chart. They did the whole state. They decided using their methodology and algorithms how this would work. I think staff should secure an independent analysis of our financial markets based on local conditions and not accept anything that came out of UC Berkeley. Finally, and it's the Turner Center, it's not the university itself, the H properties are small lots. They're measured in square feet and not acres. They must follow existing objective standards for public health and safety. Staff was able to accommodate in the past both state mandates for ADUs and horsekeeping on the H properties. My comment here is to read to you a letter from Tony Atkins, who wrote regarding SB 9, and if staff doesn't hear this, I will give it to them. Objective requirements that lots include horsekeeping areas of a specified size could be imposed, and we have these objective standards, as you all know. And if a property owner applied for a permit that proposed larger dwellings that would conflict with such a requirement, a local official could deny the project.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Simon Hamill.
Welcome again.
Hi, it's Simon again. Like 70% of Californians polled, I'm worried about the undemocratic loss of direct input in the governance of my own city that was taken away with the help of our state senator, Mr. Portantino, with his vote to transfer your power to Sacramento. I have some questions. Could you please ask our attorney to explain the premise of the lawsuits filed against the state of California by the leaders of Carson, Redondo, and Torrance? Given your official stance against SB 9, why hasn't the city joined these actions? Would you please ask about the City of Burbank emergency evacuation routes? At one time, I thought I heard that there were corridors along which SB 9 was not fully enforceable to get people out in a real legitimate emergency, not just the fire zone itself, but the way out through the whole city. You've seen recently in places like Ukraine, but also our wildfires, what can happen when cars break down and people must walk dozens of miles to escape. This seems especially urgent with Burbank's population being allowed to grow by almost a quarter what it took 100 years to grow in just one decade. If all current driving trends continue and no one builds a driveway, it is reasonable to assume that you will have 8 cars parked on a street where there used to be only 1 or 2 cars out of the way in a garage. This is on every single street drawn on the staff's presentation. SB 9 projects are mandated to require residency in one of the properties for 3 years after the split. Is this before or after the build? Does the law, or can Burbank require properties be developed by our ordinance, meaning you force them to build? Secondly, is there anything barring the city from developing its own fines and penalties that can be enforced and noticed as part of the conditions of approval? Obviously not in the case of something like a death of a resident, but can the city enforce along the intent of the law to absolutely ensure more local housing for residents and not be a law about developers' profits at the expense of the negative impacts of increased density without significant infrastructure funding? I'm not a lawyer, but to me there does not seem to be language that prohibits the city from creating fines that truly incentivize the owner living on the property. If a developer tries to cheat the system, can the city compel, through conditions of approval, a fine that would be either 25% of the sale price of the property or 25% of a bank-appraised comparable valuation, whichever is greater? Something along those lines. A fine like this would be several $100,000 and not in any way prohibit construction, unlike a low fine, which is an advantage when big development investment speculators like the main backers of SB 9 would likely use as a loophole to exploit as simply the cost of doing business in a city they don't intend to live in. Could revenues from such a fine be used to fund low-income housing or housing related to our homeless population? Seems to me this would be consistent with the legitimate use related to housing, the purported intent of this law. I hope there will be further public input and meetings on SB 9 related to these issues. Especially, it seems that now that we've lost the liberty to collect enough revenue to fund the needed infrastructure expansion. Thank you very much for listening to these comments.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Laura LaRocca.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Talamontes and members of the City Council. My name is Laura LaRocca, and I'm a resident of Burbank Rancho. I'm calling this evening asking you to rein in the wild building being proposed, specifically the 2-unit or more residential developments and urban lot splits in all single-family residential zones. In January of this year, I expressed some similar concerns about SB 9, 10, and 35 and the negative impact to Burbank's R1 and R1H neighborhoods. Tonight's discussion is jaw-dropping. Perhaps some neighbors do not understand the destructive and corrosive nature of this type of state bullying over landowners. SB 9 allows the creation of 2-unit housing developments up to primary residential units on one single-family zone lot that are each at least 800 square feet in size. Additionally, SB 9 obviously overrides any city development standards that physically preclude and development of up to 2 primary dwelling units. This dense building activity could rapidly overwhelm the city's aging sewer, electrical distribution, and solid waste collection systems. Please do not destroy the unique nature of our residential neighborhoods in Burbank. Doing so may temporarily decrease property values. However, it will permanently destroy the R1 and R1H neighborhoods. Do we really want Burbank to look or feel like the city of LA or North Hollywood? No, I don't think so. Please ask city staff how these measures improve or preserve our equestrian neighborhood. It's a gold mine in Burbank. Proceeding with the study of any endorsement of this ill-conceived state mandate, SB 8 is a hasty mistake for SB 9. Please, members of the council, do not destroy our beautiful city due to this mismanagement, waste, fraud, and abuse from Sacramento politicians. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, I do not have any more callers. So we can go ahead and close this.
Okay, thank you. There being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to respond to questions raised by the speakers and or make any further comments? Mr. Thomas or anybody from staff? Yeah.
One second.
Okay.
Or I want to address the actual
Sure, go
questions in.
I'll go ahead and get started. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Scott Planbeck. I'm the planning manager, and I'll address some of the comments as Mr. Thomas will address some other comments. There are some comments with regards to lot split and physical improvements and what improvements we're allowed to implement. We're very limited as to what we can't, for example, require dedications along frontages for sidewalks, just to clarify that. Also, with regards to the affordability requirement, we'd have to make that an objective standard in the code, and that's something we would have to study with further zone text amendments. With regards to owner occupancy and verification, the state law is very limited as to what we can do. We have to sign a verification. The state law is very vague about how we implement that and how we can enforce that. And we'd have to look at further zone text amendments when we bring it back, which we will bring it back to the council, whether those are items we can enforce. Anything else?
Thank you very much, Scott. Just to piggyback on what Mr. Planbeck was iterating in regards to the owner occupancy standards, it does state in SB 9, it would be specifically in attachment 3.8. It does actually state that the local agency shall not impose additional owner occupancy standards other than provided for in this subdivision, which makes reference to the actual affidavits above. So as he did iterate, if we were going to see whether or not any additional fees would be imposed in terms of those owner occupancies, we'd have to see whether or not we can, especially with this explicit call out that nothing else in terms of owner occupancies can be applied. There is one thing in terms of the caller that did have that letter from Housemember Atkins. If they can actually email that to me, I would like to see what that was entailed in terms of what the horse keeping standards were. I just want to make sure that caller does send me that email because they did offer in terms of being able to email that to me. So I would like to see that letter as well. That's it for now. I'll address any further questions going forward.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions of staff? Colleagues, Vice Mayor Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that report and for answering those questions. I wanted to follow up on that owner occupancy suggestion from the caller, a fee or a fine. Separate from that, how would the city enforce that regulation? What is the process by which we check that the person is still living there after 3 years? How does that work?
Yes, thank you for your question, Vice Mayor. In terms of how we actually conduct code enforcement, as of right now, it would be based upon complaints through our code enforcement division. So in the instance to where there was a suspicion that someone was violating an affidavit in the event that an urban lot split did take place, that call would then be made to our code enforcement, and then they would conduct an investigation and see exactly what the actual next steps would be in terms of enforcing that actual affidavit. I actually did want to highlight in terms of the enforcement mechanism on the actual Senate bill itself. In terms of attachment 3, there is essentially the statement that does state that in the event that someone does sign the actual affidavit and they do violate it, it does expand the crime of perjury per the state. So I don't know if Mr. McDougall would want to add any emphasis on how that would be carried out in the event that someone does commit perjury by violating the affidavit.
Yeah. First of all, with regard to penalties and some of the penalties or fines suggested by some of the callers, there are constitutional and case law limitations on excessive fines. Most of the fines that we're allowed to impose shall not exceed $1,000, which is the misdemeanor level. Once you go over that, it's a felony level. So there are special rules that we have to follow. In terms of administrative citations, we have a progressive administrative citation process, and the fines go up steeply and they can accrue daily depending upon the violation. That's something that we need additional time to study, which is kind of the point of the urgency ordinance process, is to buy time to do that further analysis. And in terms of whether somebody perjured themselves, we haven't prosecuted any perjury of an affidavit, but it's something we could look at, and it would be a local misdemeanor that would have to go through the normal prosecution process.
I mean, I'm okay with that. My only question from staff is, normally code enforcement in the city is promulgated by a complaint, and that's fine because most people in the city are not aware of what's happening with their neighbors until they actually see something. If there's a fire or something sticking out or construction happening, right? And so the complaints happen and then we pursue that. But with this specific change, are we not aware of people who are used? Do we not keep a list of everyone who has used SB 9 to split the lot? And so don't we know who's supposed to be owner occupied for 3 years? I mean, if we have that list and we know where those are, shouldn't we just check up on them once a year? I'm not sure we need to wait for code enforcement.
So owner occupancy limitations are difficult to enforce. They're easier to enforce when we're dealing with an affordable housing project where we have given money and there's title that can be encumbered. We'd have to look into what our available enforcement is. But at the end of the day, it comes down to council's funding priorities. If staff you've had numerous items come before you to talk about backlog of projects. And so it's these same people that are processing projects and bringing ordinances that also have to be concerned with enforcement in many respects. And so it becomes a question of resources. How many times do they visit? And then what's adequate proof? Somebody not answering a door isn't proof that they don't live there. They just didn't answer the door. So you have to assess what's proof sufficient enough to prove that someone doesn't live there. And living there doesn't mean they have to live there full time. It means they have to probably meet the definition of primary residence. It doesn't mean it has to be their only residence. So it's a slippery slope, but there's not a one sentence answer to how you enforce an owner occupancy. It truthfully becomes very difficult. And it's something that occupies a great deal of staff's time. Fortunately, at least there is a statutory owner occupancy requirement and an affidavit requirement, maybe some covenant requirements that give us some ability, but it will not be an easy process.
Just to answer that first question in terms of the list, yes, there will actually be a list that would have to be compiled in terms of urban lot splits and 2-unit housing developments that do take place. A part of SB 9, there is an actual reporting mechanism that we have to report all new 2-unit housing developments and urban lot splits to the state through the form of the annual progress report or the APR. So we will technically have an actual list showing the amount of urban lot splits that have taken place in a given year, the addresses, and in that case, the affidavits that are accompanying those addresses.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Colleagues, any questions? Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a caller called in regarding can the city implement a affordability policy, since Senate Bill 9 really talks about, added increases, housing to help affordable for folks to get in, or workforce. It just seems that without that, when our properties are over $1 million, now you add more housing, the property values, real estate is gonna go up higher and higher. How does this really help out the people that this law that went into effect is gonna, can we do that local change in the ordinance without violating SB 9 law to help out really people that need housing?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Frutos, Scott Planbeck, Planning Manager. We can require as an objective standard requirements for affordability in certain circumstances. However, HCD may request the submittal of the economic feasibility study to ensure that we're not in any way cooling or constraining housing production. So we can do that, but we have to prove it up that we're not in any way prohibiting the production of housing.
So I guess on this topic, as I'm talking about it, I would like to see if the council would be open to support that, to put that into the ordinance, that, it'd be affordable for folks to get in versus not putting it in there. So I'll make a motion. Hopefully there might be a second. Mr. Mayor, may I introduce a motion?
Bring it back, yeah.
Mr. McDougall?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have some concerns that we have an inclusionary housing ordinance that applies citywide. Our ordinance has a size threshold of 5 or more. So I have a concern that our existing ordinance that's on the books would exclude all of these projects from our inclusionary ordinance. And I think staff should have sufficient time to take a look at that to make sure, to Mr. Planbeck's point, we don't have a different standard that looks like a penalty on duplexes that doesn't apply to anything of a 4-plex or a 5-plex already by ordinance.
I guess my question to our legal counsel, a duplex was built outside of SB 9. SB 9 is specifically targeting R1, and now we're introducing all this. We're not allowing duplexes, but we're basically identifying a whole different law, a whole different verbiage of housing that we're allowing for houses. We're not calling them duplexes. Basically, layman's term right now is we're calling them SB 9 housing going into these, these R1 lots.
So my concern is we've been implementing the accessory dwelling unit law for 3 or 4 years now, and we haven't studied or imposed an affordability requirement on those projects, which could allow up to 2 additional units on a single-family residential in these very same zones. But under SB 9, adding a single duplex triggers affordable housing or inclusionary. So my concern is the inconsistency. Separately, staff has been in the process of bringing forward an update to the inclusionary housing ordinance and density bonus ordinance, really studying the financial viability thresholds. So my concern is that imposing it on an SB 9 project where it doesn't otherwise apply to an ADU project, which could actually be a larger project than an SB 9 project, may not be supported by the evidence that's before the council this evening.
Okay. And disregard that, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilman Frutos. Thank you. Anyone else?
And my next question, Mr. Mayor, if I can still have the mic.
Yeah, go ahead. No, you've got the mic.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Mayor.
noticed you had your mouth full there.
The second one would be, thank you, sir. So the second question and my last question will be, caller called in regarding the objective standards and horse keeping lots. Since we've already have the Rancho Master Plan that protects and the guidelines for R1H, like I believe it's minimum is 6,800, you have to have a tack barn, and could this be added legally within the law Mr. McDougall, that we can put in our policy?
Objective standards or something else?
I kind of leave it up to you, the legal scholar, but can there be a protection for the Rancho community that is already identified as R1H?
I don't believe so. You would, right now, staff has, I believe, a single slate of objective standards that would apply to all R1 single-family zones, whether it's R1 or R1H. There is no exclusion in the statute for horsekeeping properties. There is only an express exclusion for high and very high wildland fire zone and designated landmarks or historic properties. And as we know, the city of Pasadena has been involved in an exchange with the Attorney General's office on a notice of violation involving whether one of the exemptions from SB 9 went outside the black letters on the page of SB 9. And I don't believe I'm certain horsekeeping does not appear in SB 9, so I think venturing into that territory would, we'd probably find ourselves in a debate very quickly about whether that was appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDougall. No more questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Springer.
Yes, thank you. Well, can we try, please? Can we, like, if a certain lot size is required for horsekeeping, can we say, okay, in the Rancho, then you must have a lot size of double before you can lot split, so we just don't destroy that neighborhood and the horsekeeping character of it? And also, like,
If I could,
try?
If I could, I think that's a good question. And the opportunity that staff has brought you this evening is they've brought forth a proposal to exercise all of the control that SB 9 has given cities. There is some control that cities have been given in the face of the preemption. And this urgency ordinance process allows you to then study the permanent standards that would then be put in place. So, I mean, of course, staff can directly address whether they have equestrian standards or prepared to propose equestrian standards, but the process set forth in Government Code Section 65-858 for this ordinance before you involves a study. So staff has to come before you within the next 45 days to extend the ordinance. They can extend it for either 10 and a half more months or for a full 2 years, or up to a total of 2 years, for the purpose of studying the standards and putting permanent standards in place. So yes, staff could look at it. Maybe they already have some information, I'm not sure, but that is the purpose of putting the ordinance that's in front of you this evening in place.
Just to piggyback on what Mr. McDougall said, we haven't looked specifically at the horsekeeping. We've looked at just general standards throughout the R1. We'd have to go back and see if there's anything we can do to further protect the R1H as part of the update that we'd bring forward to the council.
Okay, what concerns me is that a lot can happen in a short amount of time, and just to protect all of our neighborhoods. And once it's gone, it's gone. Once the Rancho is gone, there's no bringing it back. And even questions like, we had callers asking about the fees, because we don't know if we can get away with them or not. But just like one caller said, it needs, the owner occupancy requirement must have teeth. So my question is, can we start with these? Can we start with the protections? The fee for develop owner occupancy, what we want for that, and just establish the fee and make a stab at protecting the Rancho now in this emergency ordinance. And I have another question about the height of the two-story. If it's attached, it can be two-story. If it's detached, it has to be one story, right, for the secondary unit?
For the second primary unit, yes, it's limited in
Right.
height.
Okay,
If it's detached.
so the first primary unit, if the secondary primary unit is attached to the first, then it's like a duplex, right? An adjoining duplex?
It's, yes, it's an attached, two primary attached units, yes.
And so what's the FAR that's applicable to that?
The underlying zoning FAR does apply. However, the FAR can't exclude at least a minimum 800 square foot unit on the site.
Okay, so it's 0.4 plus 800 square
Yeah,
feet.
correct.
Then, because what concerns me is the two-story. I see a house boxed in by the secondary attached unit that nobody planned on, and that all the privacy is gone because the unit will be in the backyard. I see that on ADUs, on garages, and because they're in the back of the house and the privacy is obliterated. So did you think about even making the attached ones one story?
If I remember correctly.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, we did look into the ideas as to whether or not we can limit the height of it being attached. However, when trying to apply the objective standards of the underlying zone, we kind of ran into a situation where if we were to say that the primary dwelling unit can utilize the overall objective standards in the R1, but the second unit cannot, we ran into an issue as to whether or not we are actually applying a objective standard across the board. So to make sure that we are consistent, we ensured that if it was attached, then therefore it can be the same or the same objective standard as what was currently established in our R1.
Because to me, to be consistent with what you've done on the secondary, that a single story would be most applicable, because we've spent a lot of time on just recently on design standards so that they are objective standards and so that we don't have mass and bulk. And I feel like, well, some of that was for naught if we allow, and it can only, we just have to allow a minimum of 800 square feet, right? Or maximum.
Based on what the SB 9 says, we cannot essentially preclude someone based upon our objective standards of at least building or constructing 800 square foot second primary dwelling unit.
So they could build more. What's the limit? They could build more than 800 square feet.
The limit that we're applying in the current urgency ordinance is the FAR limit itself. So based upon, again, trying to apply or adding a second primary dwelling unit on your lot, we can't preclude you from the 800 square feet. But however, the control mechanism that we're applying is the underlying FAR that we would apply in any situation for the R1, for R1 standards.
Okay, so it's 0.4 plus 800 square feet.
Correct.
Hi, good afternoon or good evening now. If I may, Mayor, just further address that
Just
question.
go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. So this is Daniel V. I'm a senior planner with the City of Burbank Planning Division. So just to further address the question from Councilmember Springer, if we, so I just want to reference exhibit or attachment 8 and page 7 of that attachment. So attachment 8, just to provide some context, it speaks to guidance that HCD is providing on SB 9. HCD is very clear that this should not be used to interpret SB 9, but it's just their guidance for cities and electeds to consider. So one of the things on that page is towards the bottom, or towards the top. It says Housing Crisis Act of 2019. And I would just read it just so that both the council and also the general public understand what that document says. So it says, an affected city or county is limited in its ability to amend the general plan, specific plans, or zoning code in a way that would improperly reduce the intensity of residential uses. This limitation applies to residential uses in all zones, including single-family residential zones. Reducing the intensity of land use includes, but is not limited to, reductions in height, density, or floor area ratio, new or increased open space or lot size requirements, new or increased setback requirements, minimum frontage requirements, or maximum lot coverage limitations, or any other action that would individually or cumulatively reduce the site's residential development capacity. And then it goes on to state in the second paragraph, a local agency should proceed with caution when adopting a local ordinance that would impose unique development standards on units proposed under SB 9, but that would not apply to other developments. Any proposed modification to existing development standards applicable in the single-family residential zone must demonstrate that it would not result in a reduction in the intensity of the use. So why do I read that? The reason I read that is because it addresses Councilmember Springer's question. Why did we not prohibit second stories for attached second dwelling units? Also, why did we not limit the allowed build-out of second dwelling units that are attached? The reason for that is because of the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. We want to make sure that we're not further reducing the development potential of properties, because if we did, we would be in conflict with that Housing Crisis Act. So what we're in essence doing, and you can see this by looking at the ordinance, we're in essence working off of our existing R1 zones. The council a couple weeks back adopted new objective R1 standards, which go a long way in actually addressing the fact that SB 9 requires objective standards. So we were very cautious in trying to draft the ordinance in a way that met the state requirements, which in this case, again, would not reduce the development potential further than what our R1 code currently allows. So I hope that helps answer the question.
I think so, because it's attached, and if you were building that size house, we wouldn't regulate the height of that additional 800 square feet. Is that what you mean?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So if this is 45 days, how long before do you think, I know it's a lot of work, the final to see what could be a minimum lot size for the R1H, what could be any other things, the maximum fees that we can charge, just to tighten it up and protect Burbank as much as possible?
So what I would suggest is that there are certain standards, objective standards that the council wants us to consider as we move forward with the permanent ordinance that give us direction tonight. 45 days is not a lot of time to study everything, so we may not be able to do everything in 45 days. We might have to extend it again. But if you give us direction tonight, we can look at what development standards could possibly go into the permanent ordinance, and see what we can continue to study as in order to protect the existing neighborhoods.
Okay, so mine at this point are maximum fees we could apply to if somebody violates the owner occupancy, and a minimum lot size for the rancho to do a lot split so that it would not preclude horse keeping in that area. It is, in fact, the rancho. And one of our goals is to protect all neighborhoods in Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just going to give heads up to staff. I'm going to have some questions for our representative from Burbank Water and Power and Public Works, and of course you, Mr. City Attorney, not to put you in the hot seat unnecessarily. Before I get started, I just wanted to make a couple quick observations. To the Vice Mayor's point, speaking from my personal professional experience, of course not giving legal advice, I know that prosecuting perjury is a very tall order because it is a specific intent crime. So I would join my colleagues in giving that direction to staff. If there are lawful ways to add some teeth to the owner occupancy component, I think that'd be something I would join them in wanting to learn more about what we legally can do. We also had a caller ask or reference the emergency. I had written down emergency evacuation route exemption. I think what Mr. Hamill was referring to are the exempted areas set forth in attachment 6, those wildfire zones, but I just wanted to see if staff had any response to that question.
In reference to specifically the evacuation zones that Mr. Hamill was referencing, or to
Right.
the mountain fire zone specifically?
Well, the way I interpreted it is he might have been referring to, he might have been interchangeably using the terms, but referring to those same areas. But I was just wondering if staff had any comment to the point he raised in his public comment.
I am not familiar with the evacuation zones that he's referring to. I am familiar with the mountain fire zones. And those are the areas essentially where an urban lot split or a 2-unit housing development are prohibited and restricted. And we are doing such in this urgency ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I can chime in,
Yes,
Fred
go
Ramirez,
ahead.
Assistant Director for Planning. Councilmember Schultz, there is a separate thing that we are looking at through the housing element, safety element update, where we are evaluating based on state requirements for emergency services and where we allow residential development to occur. And they're analyzing just that, the issue at hand, which is there sufficient evacuation routes from residential zones? And if not, what kind of limitations under state law can be imposed? So that is being looked at kind of as a parallel process as we undertake this effort if the urgency ordinance is approved.
Thank you. And Mr. Ramirez, before you step away from the podium there, I just want to orient everyone who's watching at home, because I know we're talking about a lot. Tonight, we are not talking about the objective standards or the zone text amendment. We're talking about an interim development control ordinance, correct? That is what's before the council?
That's correct. As presented in the presentation, the concern is absent the urgency, the interim ordinance, we would be basically having to enforce the current SB 9 requirements as set up. And as Mr. Thomas noted, that has the potential to, in the kind of full build out, result in lot splits that could go from one house on one lot to 8 houses, 4 on each newly created lot. So that is the concern. And as noted in the resolution, in the ordinance, the concern is that at that magnitude of unmitigated development of this type of SB 9 projects, that it could overburden the city sewer system, the electrical system, as well as trash services. So that is a point of concern. But as far as giving us direction going forward, to look at these different aspects and see where, in compliance with the code, we can further ratchet up or refine our development standards to protect the neighborhoods, we can undertake that effort under the timeframe that's being requested for the urgency ordinance.
Right, thank you. And I'll just note on that, I agree with Councilmember Springer's comments, and I share her direction on that. But I really want to hone in here on the IDCO, the IDCO, and specifically the findings that we need to make. So my first question is, there's reference in the staff report to the unknown but significant risk that could be imposed on our sewage handling, on our electric distribution. I'm just wondering if we can speak a little bit more to what specifically the concern is there if we don't implement this interim ordinance right now. And I don't know if we have someone from Public Works or Water and Power that can speak to that.
Yes, Councilmember Schultz, as you did indicate, some of these concerns raised are going to essentially be reviewed by some of our other city department experts. And some of them actually are here in attendance. So I will actually defer to them since they are the subject matter experts on these instances. And I believe one is coming up right now.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city staff. My name is Babala Ackerson. I'm a senior electrical engineer with Burbank Water and Power. I just want to talk regarding the last question about some of the challenges that electric department has identified as we start, if we get an influx of developments due to SB 9. So as far as safety for our crews, safety BWP Electric is paramount. So typically, currently, you would have one power pole that feeds 4 residential lots with 4 service drops. With SB 9, currently, the way it's written, so you could go from one lot, which has 1 unit, to basically 8 units per original lot. And so, if we're thinking of it from an overhead electrical facility perspective, now one electric pole, which would have had 4 service drops serving 4 properties, could potentially have 32. From a practical perspective and safety for our crews, that is just not, it's not doable for our crews because our crews need climbing space to reach and maintain our electrical facilities. Our preference is 4, maximum of 4 per pole. And so an influx of these types of developments, which increases service drops, would start to impact lines that you see coming off the poles. Additionally, transformer facilities. So our facilities right now, as designed, will not be able to handle this influx of projects that we're anticipating due to SB 9. A typical pole would have 1 transformer feeding the 4 lots, but as you start to increase the units, we're quickly going to run out of transformer capacity. We're going to have to add more transformers and maybe at some point add more poles really to our back property lines. So those are some of the challenges that we're identifying, at least on the electric side. Thank you.
And just one more.
Sure.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I might. One more follow-up on that. You know, for those who maybe aren't familiar with our infrastructure, is it fair to say that some of it is aging and in need of replacement or upgrade?
Yes, that is a correct assessment. So currently, our distribution system is a mix of a 4 kV and 12 kV, 4 kV being the older system and 12 kV being the newer system that we have a program currently to convert our 4 kV to 12 kV. A lot of our residential lots fall within the 12 kV zones, and we currently have I think it's like 20 to 25 year, the 4 to 12 kV conversion is a 20 to 25 year program. So the majority of our 4 kV circuits are not going to be able to handle this influx of developments that we are anticipating. So it could potentially result in having to accelerate that 4 to 12 kV conversion. And obviously to do that, we would need to match resources and funding to be able to meet those increased accelerated upgrades.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate the extensive answer. Just to put a bow on it, and then I'll let you go, and I'll go on to the next victim, I guess.
Thank you.
What is the utility's concerns, if any, to either, the safety of crew or the reliability of service if we don't take this step tonight and implement an interim development control ordinance?
So as far as I mentioned earlier, for safety of crews, it will impede our ability to maintain our facilities. We need to maintain proper climbing space for our crews, and for BWP, safety is paramount for our employees, field and non-field employees. From a reliability perspective, if we don't address the upgrades to infrastructure needed to accommodate new loads, and so we're anticipating not only housing, but once the EV load's coming as well, that's also a factor. So if we don't address these upgrades, we're going to start to see our reliability drop. And Burbank, we have stellar reliability among, I'm going to say top in the nation, and the impact is going to see a decrease in that reliability if we don't upgrade our facilities to match the new loads coming in.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the answers.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to speed this up, and Mr. Berkman, you know exactly where I'm going with it. So my question is, same questions. Tell us what the situation is and what are the concerns.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Council, nice to see you again, Councilmember Schultz. Quite simply, you take a single lot, and you put 7 potential families on there. You're looking at 7 times the amount of waste to be produced and go through our system that we did not contemplate in our master plans based on the build out of our city as we executed our master plans at the time. We are actually in the process of revising our master plan for the wastewater system. We're considering current available ADU sites, but this exponential increase is not contemplated at this time. So it put tremendous stress on our pipes. if this type of work continued.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berkman. My last question is actually for our city attorney. So, Mr. McDougall, I wanted to ask you a little bit about SB 9 and its relation to CEQA. Now, my understanding is that there was no CEQA analysis done, if you will, in connection with the passage of SB 9, and local governments like ours are prohibited from doing these environmental reviews. Is that right?
Yes. So, yeah, the legislature doesn't perform CEQA review before they adopt legislation. They often take great urgency in devising these new laws. They push these laws down to us, and there's not enough time. So what they gave us was an exemption. They said urgency ordinances to implement SB 9 are statutorily exempt from complying with CEQA. And in doing so, they created a whole class of ministerial projects, that is, projects that are not subject to CEQA. CEQA only applies to discretionary projects that are further not subject to CEQA review, and the applicants have a right to an approval if they comply with the objective standards. So, in other words, had the city on its own initiative decided to dramatically increase its R1 zone densities to allow villages throughout the R1, we would have broken the law if we did so without complying with CEQA. And we would have had to identify every potentially significant impact, every unavoidable impact. The law compels us to identify mitigation measures for every impact, and the council has to weigh those impacts against approving the project. However, the legislature does not have to comply with CEQA. They created an exemption for us to be able to implement whatever little discretion we had with regard to SB 9. And then these individual projects in and of themselves are not subject to CEQA. So what we see is individual property owners will start, just take a typical block that suffers from the constraints that Ms. Ackerson and Mr. Berkman talked about. And very quickly, one single block could overwhelm the sewer conveyance system by creating potentially 8-fold increase in sewer flows that can't be handled on a local basis, which would cause sanitary sewer overflows, which are a violation of law for us and also a disgusting mess on the city streets. And further, overwhelming our aging 4-kilovolt transmission system could cause brownouts, service reliability for people, in particular relying on medical devices, and create a very imminent threat to life safety of the occupants of the homes, not to mention the threat to workers who are used to working around a design where they're only having to thread their way through 4 power drops, now potentially having 32 power drops, spider off a pole. I guess that's only if they could fit 4 more transformers on the same pole. And so what you see is a number of hazards that the city would never allow to occur on its own because we would have to comply with CEQA, but this SB 9 would allow them to happen on an incremental basis, and they could ramp up very quickly. It could be just a few lots that convert with a couple of, denser projects designed under SB 9 that could very quickly, immediately create a risk for the workers that would have to install those service drops, and then very quickly, as soon as the homes were occupied, create the sanitary sewer overflow issues.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Mr. Mayor, I'll have comments when we get to deliberation, but that's all my questions.
Thank you. Anyone else? Does the representative of the Community Development Department wish to make any further comments?
No, I do not, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I now declare the hearing closed, and the council will now deliberate. What is the council's pleasure? Is there any discussion or a motion? Colleagues? Vice Mayor Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm supportive of this moving forward, but it's only an IDCO right now. When it comes back for a full ordinance, I would like to see possibly a yearly enforcement mechanism, a code enforcement mechanism where we check up on people who have applied for this SB 9 owner occupancy. I don't know, I guess it's a permit or I don't know what exemption. What do we call it? I don't know what the name of it is called. But if you're applying for this and you're an owner, you're in an owner-occupied resident, and you have to do the minimum of, I believe, 3 years or so, we should be proactive as a city in checking up on this. And I'm comfortable spending a little bit of resources to ensure that we are not allowing, for lack of a better term, the corporatization of our single-family homes, and we just get a huge number of developers coming through, buying these places, using a loophole, knowing that we're not enforcing it, and trying to sneak by the owner occupancy, or possibly even someone coming in who is, applying under good faith, but then gets an offer a year, maybe a year and a half in from a developer to purchase the place and thinks, well, nobody's really checking on me. I can get out from under this, make a quick buck. So I'm comfortable with the IDCO right now, but when this comes back for a full ordinance, a permanent ordinance, I would like to see a code enforcement mechanism for the owner occupancy. So I'll move that we adopt an urgency ordinance and fee resolution in order to establish interim development controls and fees for 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits in all single-family residential zones, and to allow the city council time to study and consider enactment of zoning measures in response to SB 9.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor, but I'd like to speak to my second if I can.
No, you're out of line. No, just
Okay.
kidding. Okay, so there's a
Mr. Mayor,
motion
you
and a
can do
second. Before we go any further, go ahead, Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, we're all aware of what's happened with the city of Pasadena, so I just wanted to make sure the record is very, very clear here. We're all aware of what SB 9 says, and speaking at least as one member of this council, my intent is certainly to follow the law. However, Government Code Section 65858 is also very clear. The record we have before us tonight is replete with information that, at least in my view, there is a current and immediate threat to public health, safety, and welfare if we do not act by passing this IDCO tonight, and therefore I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments before we go to the vote? Councilmember Springer?
So also, I just want to remind Councilmember Frutos that he brought up the affordable housing issue that I think you wanted included, right? So in addition to like the minimum lot for the Rancho, if staff could bring those and plus the teeth for the owner occupancy. Yeah, we don't have any choice. I mean, for health, safety, and public welfare, we must do this.
Councilmember Frutos?
I'll first start off, I think SB 9 stinks. I think the way this is coming down from Sacramento totally stinks, and I agree with the residents that called. But I think we along, all of us together, we're in a pickle barrel. But I'll be vocal as one council member, not representing the body. I really don't like what Sacramento is basically demanding on us. I don't think it's fair that as we go through this drought, we talk about the electrical infrastructure and the new needs of SB 9 across the city of Burbank. We, the taxpayers, we, the residents of Burbank, are going to have to pay for the additional infrastructure because Sacramento's not giving us any money to support their mandates. I understand that we need more housing, but this takes away our local control. So for the members of our community, again, this is just one council member. Again, this stinks and I don't like it whatsoever, but the law is a law from Sacramento that got handed down. It's already being challenged by the Attorney General of the state of California, suing already the city of Pasadena. They tried to find a historical. Our legal scholar has been on top of this and has been advising us, as he's supposed to, as our city attorney, to help us make the right ethical and lawful decision. But I got to tell you, and the members of the public, I agree with the water issue, the land use, the density, and this is just one more thing that's just killing our city. But these are mandates from Sacramento, and I will be supporting this because I really want the staff, I hope they took copious notes like I did of what we talked about, all five of us in this discussion. But I'd like to see everything we can possibly do within the law to protect our very precious neighborhoods. And, you know, when we talk about the objective standards for the Rancho community, I still kind of scratch my head because I think the minimum is like a 6,000 foot lot. And the rear, I think it's like 35 feet. And horses cannot be any closer than 10 feet from a residence. So I don't know if that might help out to build a little more tighter reins to protect, you know, at least the Rancho. And I just ask staff, you know what, be conservative as we move forward of the requirements of the law. And at least, again, it's one council member. I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be pushing back as hard as I can legally to try to protect our city. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Frutos. Yes, it's time for me to weigh in. I agree with everything that's been said. I don't like SB 9. I don't like the way it's been imposed on our city. In other cities, but obviously I'm mayor of the city of Burbank, so my responsibility is the city of Burbank. So whatever we can do within the legal limits of the law, whatever we can impose moving forward to try and protect our community as much as possible. I realize what SB 9 wants to do, wants to create more housing, but the way it's going about it, I don't agree with it whatsoever. It's going to be destroying our neighborhoods. It's, you know, just like the city of Burbank, we've known it for years. We want to keep our neighborhoods. We want to keep our rancho. It's very special. There's not too many communities that have a rancho district, a horse district. So we're special. When I speak to other electeds from around the state, we are a special community. So having said that, I know staff will take that into consideration and try to do as much as we can, Mr. City Attorney, to keep us safe and as a community as a whole. Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to confirm the Vice Mayor read number 1 recommendations when we did not read number 2 in the records. So unless I completely missed it. So if you want to make sure you read that, Vice Mayor.
There's 2 recommendations.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Or you can vote on the first motion and then do a
And then go to
second
the
motion
second
for the
one?
second recommendation.
Okay.
Either way.
Let's go with the one first, number 1, and then you can restate number 2. Go ahead.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right, I move that we adopt an urgency ordinance of the council of the city of Burbank establishing interim development controls for 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits in all single-family residential zones to allow the city council time to study and consider enactment of permanent zoning measures in response to Senate Bill 9.
Bless you.
And that would need a second from Councilmember Schultz. Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos,
Grumble, 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 yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes,
Thank you.
definitely. Thank you very much. Thank you,
All right, and
colleagues.
then moving on, I move that we adopt a resolution of the council of the city of Burbank amending Article 3, Section 1 and 3 of the fiscal year 2021, 2022
Wait a minute, Vice Mayor?
citywide.
Vice Mayor, hang on a minute.
Am I missing something?
It's okay. Okay, go ahead.
Can I pick up where I left off, or?
Do you know where?
Yes.
Do you know
Yes,
where we
you're reading number 2, and we're going to take a vote on number 2. Thank you.
Citywide fee schedule to establish fees to defray the city costs to review and process project applications submitted under SB 9, California Housing Opportunity and More Efficiency Home Act.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any comments, discussion? Madam City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos,
Grumble, 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 yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are
Mr. Mayor, before we move on real quick to Councilmember Frutos's point about the affordable housing component, would we need to agendize that as an item, or is that coming back on our next affordable housing component for the city?
So, based upon council's discussion, I made a list of items the city council wants to see studied when the permanent regulation comes forward, to include sufficient fines for violations of owner occupancy, affordable inclusionary requirements for duplexes, meaning studying the issue to see what we need to do if we can. Protection for the R1H zone to protect equestrian and the equestrian standards so that people can continue to have horses in the R1H. Looking more diligently at the perjury prosecution as enforcement for the affidavit requirement. An annual enforcement mechanism for the owner occupancy requirement, as Vice Mayor mentioned. And from the mayor, do everything within the law to protect the community. So that's the list of things of the notes I took. I know the planners probably have other notes to bring back during the study period when we bring back the permanent ordinance.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all.
Can we go on, or are we, Councilmember Schultz, you have a question, comment?
I just wanted to say thank you to staff, including our top lawyer, for being proactive and bringing this to council immediately so that we can protect our community as best we can against SB9.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands, I'll move on with the agenda. There are 4 reports to council this evening. The first report is the appointment to fill 3 vacancies on the Burbank Water and Power Board for unexpired terms. Madam City Clerk, please present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On February 17th, the City Clerk's office began advertising and accepting applications for 2 vacancies on the Burbank Water and Power Board for 1 unexpired term ending July 31st, 2024, created by the decision to excuse Mr. Paul Herman from the remainder of his term for noncompliance with the City of Burbank COVID-19 vaccination policy, and 1 unexpired term ending July 31st, 2022, created by resignation of Ryan Ford. Subsequently, on February 22nd, the City Clerk's office began advertising and accepting applications for additional vacancy on the Burbank Water and Power for 1 unexpired term ending July 31st, 2022, created by resignation of Jordan Smith. In order to obtain qualified candidates, the City Clerk's office advertised on the city website, the City Council meeting announcements, all social media platform, press releases in LA Times, Burbank Leader, and myburbank.com. Notices also were posted on the city bulletin board, and it was advertised through community groups and organizations. City Clerk's office received a total of 13 applications for the 3 vacancies. The deadline to submit application to the City Clerk's office for the 2 vacancies on the Burbank Water and Power was Monday, March 31st at 5 p.m. The City Clerk's office received 11 applicants at the time, and I'm going to read their name as we received them in the order: Annette Ohaganian, Laura Tannenbaum, Victoria Kirschenbaum, Christopher Mallott, Timothy Shaner, William Barlock, Andrew Peak, Bruce Redman, Lermont Kashikian, Ashley Morris, and Kelly Donshaw. Prior to the deadline to submit applications for the 3rd vacancies on Tuesday, March 24 at 5 p.m., the City Clerk's office received an additional 2 applications from Sam Mayamto and William Luddy. The applications are listed in the order that we received in the office. Please note the following 2 applicants, Laura Tannenbaum and Victoria Kirschenbaum, currently serve on the Sustainable Burbank Commission. If appointed, their positions will create vacancy on the Sustainable Burbank Commission. Please also note that 2 of the applicants, Timothy Shanner and Lermont Kachichian have also applied for the planning board. If appointed tonight, their names will be removed from consideration for the planning board appointment, which is tentatively scheduled to be presented at the council meeting on May 3rd during the joint meeting. So at this time, if council does not have any questions for me, I'm ready to take the vote. However, I want to ask council's directions if they're okay that we move forward with the two applicants for the 2-year term, and then there's one appointment that will be made until July 31st of this year. So however the mayor and the council wishes for me to pursue, I'm happy to do it.
So if it's okay with my colleagues, we're going to go ahead and move with the 2 appointments first, and then deal with the shorter term appointment second.
Second, correct.
Councilmember Frutos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Clerk, I have a question. In the past experience, we had one board member that had to resign because he worked for another utility. And so we have one candidate that currently works for a major utility. Is that a potential conflict of interest? Do we have any contracts that we're dealing with that could possibly disqualify this one member from being part? Because we've had experience in the past.
The only conflict that I'm aware, Mr. Frutos, our Councilmember Frutos, if they work for the city of Burbank directly and that the employee cannot apply to serve on boards, commissions, and committees. I am not aware that working, I'm going to throw it out there, Southern California Edison or another agency that would be a conflict unless the city attorney disagrees with my finding. This is the only thing I'm aware of.
Councilmember Frutos, I just want to weigh in on that one in regards to, I know which one you're talking about, but I believe it was the reason he had to resign was that he got promoted to be the DWP manager, general manager. I mean, that was the reason in that situation.
I just wanted to ask when the city clerk says ask a question, that was my only question, just to make sure.
Sure, that's great. No, it's a good question. You're right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Better be safe than
City
sorry.
Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Springer?
Yes. So, Ms. Mullins, this first time around, we vote twice, right? We vote for 2?
Yes, and that will be the 2-year term, and then the third position will be fulfilled until July of this year. However, the applicant that will be appointed, of course, is always encouraged to reapply. When we post the positions coming up, we will be posting it in May, the first week of May through the first week of June, and then we'll make the appointment by City Council in the middle of July for August of 2022.
For the full term.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions, colleagues? Are we ready? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to read all the names again in the record, and then I'll go back and take the vote. First name is Annette Hoginian, Laura Tannenbaum, Victoria Kasherbaum, Christopher Mallet, Timothy Shanner, William Barlock, Andrew Peak, Bruce Redman, Lermont Kashishkian, Ashley Morris, Kelly Donsho, Sam Mayermato, and William Luddy.
And we get 2 votes each, right?
Yes, for the first round, correct. Okay, so now I'm calling the name for Annette Ohaginian. None. Laura Tannenbaum. I have 2 votes. Victoria Kirschenbaum. 1 vote. Christopher Mallet. 1, 2, 3. Timothy Shanner. None. William Barlock. Have 1. Okay, and you are keeping track of the votes. You only get 2 votes for the 2 candidates.
No extra credits, council members, no extra credit.
Just reminding everybody. Andrew Peak, None. Bruce Redmond? 1. Larmont Keshichian? None. Ashley Morris? None. Kelly Donsho? None. Sam Miyato? William Luddy? 1, 2. Okay, for the first, I have 2, actually, we're going to need to go around 2 for the votes. Christopher Malato is appointed to one of the positions because we have 3 votes for Christopher. And the other 3 that I have is Laura Tenenbaum with 2 votes. And then I have Victoria Kirschenbaum with 1. And then William Barlick with 1. Oh, actually, I have 1 more. And Bruce Redmond with 1 vote.
Well, wouldn't you just go to the top 2 vote getters? There's two votes.
Bill Luddy had 2, right?
Yes, so we just go to those 2.
I only saw 1 hand, so I apologize if there were 2. You
There
had
was 2.
Mr. Mayor and then Councilmember Frutos? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So there are 2 with 2 votes.
2 with 2
Yes,
votes.
so I'm going to take the 2 with 2 vote. I did not see Councilmember Frutos' hand up. All right, so now we're taking the vote for Laura Tenenbaum. I have 1, 2, 3. Okay, and that would be the appointment for Laura Tenenbaum. Thank you. So we're going to go, I'm going to read all the names again, and we're going to take the vote for the short term of till July of the end of this year, the July of 2022. Annette Ohagenian? None. Laura Tenenbaum has already been appointed. Victoria Kirschenbaum? 1 vote. Christopher Mallet?
You already got voted in.
Yes, he did. I'm crossing it out. Thank you. Timothy Shanner? None. William Barlick? None. Andrew Peak? 0. Bruce Redmond? None. Larmont Kachichian? None. Ashley Morris? None. Kelly Donsho? None. Sam Miyato? None. And then William Luddy. I have 1, 2, 3. I got him.
4.
And was that Councilmember Schultz? You had your hands up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I actually missed. I meant to vote. We're on for the 3rd seat, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry. My vote was meant for Victoria Kirschenbaum.
Okay, so Victoria, I have Vice Mayor Anthony, and then will be Councilmember Schultz. So that will 2 votes. But Mr. Luddy, we have 3 votes. That would be Mayor Talamantes, Councilmember Frutos, and Councilmember Springer, correct? Okay.
Yes, yes, correct.
Mr. Luddy is appointed. Thank you.
You missed that vote.
And again, everyone is encouraged. The openings, we're going to have the list of all the openings posted on our website the first week in May. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I just want to congratulate the people that got voted in to the Burbank Water and Power Board, and also the ones that applied. A lot of great applicants, a lot of experience, and we have a lot of good people in our community. So keep an eye on if you want another board or commission that you're interested in, and make sure you apply moving forward. Thank you for applying this time. Let's see here. So the second report is the approval to issue a request for proposal regarding possible future tenants for 2244 North Buena Vista Street. Ms. Sarah Escondari, Real Estate and Project Manager, please present the report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Anthony, and council members. My name is Sarah Skandari. I am the Real Estate and Project Manager here for the City of Burbank, and I'm here tonight to present to you the RFP for 2244 North Buena Vista Street for future tenants. The site is located at 2244 North Buena Vista. The parcel is roughly 20,000 square feet, and the current building on the parcel is roughly 5,000 square feet. 2244 North Buena Vista is located at the corner of North Buena Vista Street and North San Fernando Boulevard. The property is located along a residential track and backs into a commercial plaza along San Fernando. The property was originally Fire Station Number 13 and was vacated by the fire department in March of 1993. On January 19th, 1994, City of Burbank Council adopted Resolution Number 24131, whereby the City of Burbank agreed to rent the premises to the Boys and Girls Club. The term of the lease went from 1994 to 2015, and it was then moved on to a month-to-month basis. The Boys and Girls Club lease ended on May 10th of 2021 when the Boys and Girls Club relocated to their new facility. The property is currently vacated and cannot be occupied until the required improvements are completed. Public Works had a facility modernization assessment completed on the property in November of 2021. The purpose of the assessment was to provide an overview of the scope, the cost, and the minimum investment necessary to modernize the facility. The assessment came back with structural, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, roofing, and fire life safety action items. The estimated cost is $1.875 million. The cosmetic improvements include the existing cabinetry, countertops, and the kitchen and restroom are at the end of their serviceable life. Interior and exterior paint, flooring, exterior landscaping. The cosmetic improvements are estimated at $228,000. The scope of work required construction drawings to be submitted to the city for approval. We've estimated roughly $200,000 for that. And we've set aside 15% for contingency for unforeseen conditions, and that is a little over $200,000 at $202,181. The total estimated project cost is $1.75 million. Staff had previously notified council of the vacancy in November of 2021 and got the following initial feedback. Prefers that the city council had preferred that the future tenants under the city lease provide services that benefit the residents of Burbank, and future tenants' monthly rent should at a minimum cover the ongoing maintenance costs and possible long-term improvements of the leased property. Staff is presenting two options as to how we lease the property. Option 1, the RFP would focus on a nonprofit that provides services to the City of Burbank. Agency use is identified as exempt to the Surplus Land Act, as it would be land or property which is being used pursuant to a written plan adopted by the city. The RFP would require that the candidates be able to show financial ability to pay for the ongoing maintenance and a portion of the improvement costs. The qualified candidates will be reviewed by council prior to final negotiations. Option number 2 is that the property is not required for city use, and the Surplus Land Act process will apply in this instance. Staff will have to offer the property for affordable housing, open space, and school use first, before entering into negotiations with a new tenant. Good faith negotiations will be conducted for 90 days with any interested party who responds. If an agreement cannot be reached during those 90 days, city could then proceed to secure a tenant for an alternative use of the property. Staff is recommending option number 1, which is to issue an RFP that includes a proposed use and displaying financial ability to pay for a portion of the renovations, the routine maintenance costs, and possible long-term improvements. Staff will come back to council with a recommended user and possible financial options. Lastly, lease the property to a nonprofit that provides city services. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, any questions? Councilmember Frutos.
Mr. Mayor, I have more of a comment than a question, if it's okay with you.
Sure.
Thank you. I definitely support option one, but I just want to make sure, at least from one council member's perspective, that I do support a nonprofit partner going in there. But my only question is, I don't believe the taxpayers should be on the hook for basically 1.7. As we've seen in the past, the nonprofits grow, and now they're accepting services to provide not just only to Burbank residents, but to folks that are not Burbank residents. So I definitely would support option one moving forward, but I want to make sure that as the city moves forward, that the taxpayers, especially in a deficit, we're still in the red, and we have other needs that we enter into some type of agreement that whoever the new nonprofit that moves in, they have to pick up the cost for the maintenance, not the taxpayers, while we are in the red. We just can't keep giving money away and still trying to, work on our budget. Those are my 2 cents. So I hope staff will work on that. It's kind of like a point and a question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the staff report.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to echo what my colleague, Councilmember Frutos, had to say. I'm in agreement with him. My only question for staff is, moving forward, assuming we say tonight go with option one, what does the timeline look like? How soon could this be back in front of council?
Good evening, Councilmember Schultz. Great question. We will first need to draft the RFP. We're looking at roughly 45 days. And then we would take the RFP out to the public, and we would allow between 60 to 90 days to allow for adequate responses. And then the staff will review the RFPs and present to the council. This will be another 60 days. So we're looking at bringing back a final lease by the end of the year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to ask in regards to the timeline here, 45 days to get the RFP together? That's what I just heard you say that, right?
You're right.
60 to 90 days to be out there in the public?
So, Mr. Mayor, can I add, I know where you're going, so I don't know why I'm getting feedback, but because currently we only have one real estate person in our division or section for real estate. We do have a position that is being filled, and that person is out right now on maternity leave. And so there is one person that will be drafting this with my assistance. And so it will probably take that 45 days to get it all together. The 60 to 90 days that we want to issue it for gives adequate time for the nonprofits to possibly talk to other nonprofits. It's on. To talk to other nonprofits and see if they want to partner in their responses. It also gives them time to talk to their boards and make sure that they are adequately responding to our request. Because one of the things that we will be asking them for is to show that they have the financial feasibility to pull this off. And so that may take some time. And so that's why we're saying 60 to 90 days. If you would like us to do a shorter time period, we can, but it may not give the respondents adequate time to do that.
Well, I would like to see a shorter timeline. Can you hear me?
I think your mic is off, sir.
No, it's on.
Is it?
It might be off. The line is on. There it is.
There it goes.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to see a shorter time period. It just seems like, to me, like Councilmember Fruto says, one council member speaking on this issue. It just seems such a long timeline. I'd like to shorten that 60 to 90 days to 60. That's 3 months we're talking about. It just doesn't seem reasonable that if there is going to be some partnering, they're already talking. I mean, they don't need the whole 90 days. But anyway, that's just my opinion, and we'll see how my colleagues feel about that. The other thing that is on option one, and this goes to Councilmember Fruto's point, that people that are proposing the use displaying financial ability to pay for a portion of the renovations. So we're talking about a portion of the 1.7 million?
Yes, the most qualified tenant will be able to show the larger amount to cover. So there'll be a range, and we're waiting to see what we get back with our RFPs, but we're not expecting a nonprofit to be able to cover the entire scope of work, but the most qualified tenant will be able to show that they can cover, whoever can cover the largest scope, and show the financial ability to pay for ongoing maintenance costs and future improvements.
So when you state that ability to pay for a portion of the renovations, does that mean 25%? Does that mean 50%? Does that mean 75%?
So I can jump in here. What we will be doing is looking at each of those RFP responses separately. We're hoping that each nonprofit will show us what they have the capability of doing. And then that will become part of the criteria that staff looks at and shares with council at a future meeting to decide who we should select for this process. And so we don't want to limit it. We don't want to make we may come back and every single nonprofit says we don't have any money to put into it, or one nonprofit may say we can front the whole thing 100% by ourselves. So we want to make sure that we have the greatest opportunity for the responses to come in, and that's why we're not putting specifics in there. Once the RFP responses come back, and then we can evaluate all of those based on their best efforts and what they think they can bring to the table, then I think at that point we look at it and we'll come back with council in closed session and look at those negotiation points and decide what the city is willing to do at that point or not willing to do. So I think that if we open it up right now, see what the responses are, and then we come back to you and we look at what we get.
Okay, all right, thank you. Colleagues, any other comments? Councilmember Frutos?
My only comment to Ms. Simone is what I'm worried about is, and I there's no way around it. So when I looked at the Boys and Girls Club, they had 300 plus Burbank children in their program, but they had over 1,000 other kids from the Los Angeles area.
I don't mean, Councilmember Frutos, I don't mean to interrupt, but Mr. McDougall, are we allowed to talk about possible applicants for this program?
I'm not talking about an applicant, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay.
I'm talking about why I'm basically supporting my point that's in the agenda item.
Okay, I just didn't want us to ruin.
Go ahead.
I just didn't want us to ruin an
Councilmember
hour.
Frutos, continue with your thought. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
And so all that I'm asking with my point is that whoever we partner with, especially at 1.7, I really want to make sure that the majority of whatever nonprofit moves in benefits the people, the residents, the taxpayers of the city of Burbank, because it was very tough for me to swallow, but that was way before I got elected, so I couldn't do anything. But when they had 300 children and the rest, the 1,000 plus, were non-Burbank residents, that's kind of a heartburn. So that's all I'm asking, again, as one council member in the conversation before the body weighs in on the direction, is that we make sure that the taxpayers get the best, for their money in whatever nonprofit has the support services for the Burbank people, its residents. That's all I'm asking. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, and we agree with you, Councilmember Frutos, that should be one of the criteria that we look at as the RFP responses come back in. And so as we bring back those responses to you, that will be one of the items that we talk about, is how many people will they be helping within our city.
Thank you. Any other questions? Vice Mayor Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And my apologies to Councilmember Frutos. I know the Boys and Girls Club has already moved out. I wasn't sure if you were going to talk about any other nonprofits. My question is about the Surplus Land Act. How long has that been around?
Surplus Land Act was recently added a little bit more teeth to their bill in 2019, where they are now requiring all public agencies, when disposing or even leasing of any city agency property, to dispose of it if it's not in their use, to be offering it for low-income housing first, for open space, and for schools. And if it is agency use, which is a very specific items, then it is not subject to the SLA, and we can move forward the way we best proceed.
So basically, in the Surplus Land Act, there's a bunch of regulations that we have to follow if we want to do certain requirements. But if we opt to do some specific partnering with nonprofits, we're exempt from a lot of that stuff, and we can move forward much quicker.
More specifically, if you determine it's still your agency use, and the city has a long history of supporting. In fact, this very space was used by a nonprofit, as Councilmember Frutos just mentioned. So if the city determines that it is a continued agency use, then you don't have to go through the Surplus Lands Act. And as Ms. Eskandari indicated, the nonprofit use was brought before council and considered to be an agency use. So it's not just any partnership with nonprofits, but specifically you determine that service to the residents by a nonprofit is your use, and then that's exempt.
And through that determination, that's going to limit the types of nonprofits that are going to reply to this RFP, right? I mean, obviously anybody can apply, but we're only allowed to consider a very narrow scope of who can get this property, yeah?
They should be providing a service that the city would like to see and that we have a relationship with. It could be that we have funded them in the past, we have a contract with them, we have a plan that oversees the type of work that they're going to be providing for us. So there has to be some kind of relationship there.
Okay, and that's what it would consider as city use, that relationship.
Correct, and then it would be exempt from the SLA Act.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm great with this. Do we move forward with a motion or?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Let me weigh in. Thank you. And I just want to say the fact that before the nonprofit took that site over, it was my home for several years as a fire station. That was Fire Station 3, and then when we joined the Verdugo system, which created the Verdugo system with Glendale and Pasadena, that turned to Fire Station 13. So, just a little bit of history for those that haven't been around that long. So anyway, any other comments? Okay, motion, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, I didn't want to make the motion before we got the history lesson. We needed to.
Just sharing a little bit of lesson history here, Burbank history.
But you were stationed at that spot.
Yeah, I ran with a paramedic squad, right out of that. You should have seen the lines when there was another story. The lines would just, block the apron to the station. So we would have a captain, Captain Fisher, God bless him, he's long gone. He would go out to the street and yell at the guys, "Don't you see this is a fire station? We got to get out and in." Anyway, it was hysterical. Thank you. Go ahead. Continue with your motion.
I move that we direct staff to issue a request for proposal to lease 2244 North Buena Vista Street to a nonprofit that will provide mutually agreeable city services that supports the city's mission.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. And I just want to clarify the record. It's not at the intersection of San Fernando and Buena Vista. There's a gas station at the intersection of San Fernando and Buena Vista. The fire station, the site we're talking about, is a little bit farther down on Buena Vista. Anyway, so there's a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, are you saying that people were lined up to get into the gas station and they would be
Yes,
blocking?
that's what I'm saying. The line went all the way down to Thornton,
Okay.
which is the next stoplight.
Mhm.
Yes, it was amazing. And those were the days when if you had an odd license plate, you would go on certain days. And if your license plate was even, you would go on certain days.
Oh, to buy gas.
To buy gas, yeah. So you could tell right away. I mean, if you were in line on a day that only even days, and you were an odd, people would come, hey, get out, you're tomorrow. Okay, moving right along. Thank you for your indulgence, colleagues. Item number 10, the third report is the approval of the City of Burbank 5-year 2022-27 homeless plan. Mr. Marcos Gonzalez, Housing Development Manager, please present the report and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes and members of City Council. My name is Marcos Gonzalez, Housing Development Manager with the Community Development Department. This evening, I'm presenting to you a Burbank 5-year homelessness plan that covers the years 2022 through 2027 for your approval. At the direction of City Council, City staff began the process of developing a plan as part of the overall affordable housing strategy puzzle. In partnership with Lazar Development Consultants, a consulting firm with years of experience helping communities address complex challenges such as affordable housing and homelessness, we launched the planning process in September of 2021. Embedded in the plan are 7 council-approved guiding principles that address underlying social and systemic challenges and inequalities around homelessness. The plan also creates a framework on how Burbank will continue to assist people experiencing homelessness and those that are at risk of becoming homeless with action-oriented solutions. So why do we need a homeless plan for Burbank? The 7 guiding principles adopted by Council highlight many of those important reasons. First, the city acknowledges that homelessness is an extremely complex dilemma that impacts the quality of life in our communities. Therefore, our approach must be holistic and humane. Second, people experiencing homelessness are part of this community, and we need to find ways to help our most vulnerable. At the same time, when a person violates our laws, enforcement must be imposed. Burbank must have a person-centered approach in finding housing solutions for people experiencing homelessness. This includes shelter, transitional housing, vouchers, and permanent housing. Fourth, Burbank recognizes that homelessness has no jurisdictional boundaries. Therefore, we support and can advocate for federal and regional homeless strategies that are aligned with our homelessness plan. Fifth, Burbank is committed to decreasing the number of homeless families by partnering with the Burbank Unified School District. Sixth, information regarding our homeless efforts must also be accessible to the public. And lastly, in accordance with the policy statements described, the city is committed to reducing the number of Burbank's unsheltered homeless population identified in the 2022 point-in-time count by 50% within the planning period. The 2022 point-in-time count data will be available by June of this year. But according to the 2020 point-in-time count for Greater Los Angeles County, there are 64,000 people experiencing homelessness. That's a 13% increase from 2019. And Burbank's total homeless population is at 291 people. The number of people who are homeless is clearly unacceptable. In the past few years, Burbank has taken several considerable steps to address and reduce homelessness. Significant investments were made in community engagement, sheltering, RN-housed, supportive services, safe storage, and the hiring of a social worker with office hours in the Central Library and Jocelyn Adult Center. We also have created a number of partnerships that consist of experts in their respective fields that is then coordinated through constant communication to reduce overlap and duplication of services. Burbank has made several strides in assisting people experiencing homelessness. However, there's still more work ahead of us. The city embarked in the development of the plan by hosting a series of community meetings starting in September of 2021. Participants included residents, nonprofits, faith-based organizations, educators, housing and service providers, and people with lived expertise, and many more stakeholders. LDC also incorporated into the plan information from interviews and surveys conducted with city departments, our service partners, and key stakeholders. The city heard from all voices that span from foster youth, families with children, LGBTQIA+, adults, and seniors in order to present the most effective plan forward. The city values all the input we received, and we thank the community for coming together on such an important social issue. Over the course of several months, the city has created an action-oriented plan for the next 5 years that address key concerns we heard. The plan is also fluid, which means that we can align with local, regional, and federal strategic frameworks and leaves room for us to pivot when governance changes occur, equity and diversity needs to be implemented. We can also pivot. The timeline on this slide covers several months of planning and development on the city's part. Meetings were held virtually due to the county's public health requirements, and during the planning period, a deeper understanding of the gaps in services and needs were conducted by LDC and for the region. This information was used along with the input from the city's internal homelessness group in writing of the plan. The following slides will be an overview of the plan, but I want to acknowledge the internal homelessness group whose valuable input helped inform the action-oriented goals. The group consists of our city manager's office, public information, parks, library services, police and the mental health evaluation team, fire, public works, Burbank Water and Power, city attorney's office, Providence St. Joe's Medical Center, Home Again LA, and Street Plus. LDC and staff concluded with the creation of 6 homeless goals. The 6 goals support the Council's 7 policy statements and involve strategic actions that will require a collective network of services and partnerships. The proposed goals include capacity building, advocacy, access, outreach and engagement, shelter and housing accessibility, health and stabilization, and homeless prevention. Within each of these goals, there are several actions that will be involved. Tonight, I will highlight many of the actions that will be measured during the planning period. The city's benchmarks for these goals are described in attachment 3 of the staff report, and the following slides that I will show you will also indicate some of those benchmarks. Goal number 1, capacity building. It's intended to develop our internal and external capacity, as well as track data related to our goals and actions. For example, the city's ability to grow our capacity through cross-sector partnerships will ultimately lessen the impact to public resources and strengthen our response. Within this goal, regional coordination and data integration is key. Under Action 1.1, the city will facilitate many collaborative meetings with our partners. We understand that implementing the strategies requires us to lead the way forward. Data is also important to measure our successes under Action 1.2. As a city, we can improve our exchange of information with the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority and service providers if we integrate the homeless information system into our programs. Goals number 2 will inform the community of the important role Burbank can achieve as a regional leader and advocate in creating access, services, and housing for people experiencing homelessness. Within our legislative platform that is updated each year, Actions 2.1 and 2.2 can create many forms of advocacy for funding, policies, and addressing systemic challenges. As a symbolic commitment to addressing homelessness, The city can start by leveraging 25% of CDBG, which stands for Community Development Block Grant funds, annually for homeless activities. In addition, we continue to create innovative local solutions. We must hear from the voices with lived experience as described in Action 2.2. Goal number 3 is the idea that we must provide frequent, consistent, and accessible engagement to the unhoused. In turn, we can achieve a reduction of our unsheltered homeless population by 50% based on our 2022 point-in-time count. For example, if 200 people were identified as unsheltered, our goal is to reduce this total by 100 people by 2027. Several actions would be required and measured, which include proactive engagements, connecting people to resources, reducing the number of future cleanups, and addressing a person's untreated chronic health conditions through a telemedicine outreach team. Regarding the point of entry, we must be cognizant that each population has specific needs. We support entry points for adults, families, and youth. This helps reduce bottlenecks in services and improve coordination. The points of entry are as follows. The SAFE, which is our safe storage program, is an entry point for adults, and Street Plus directs people to the SAFE. We are in the process of having Home Again LA as the entry point for families, and the youth entry point is the Village Family Services on Victory Boulevard. Continuing Goal 3. Our actions include the ongoing accessibility to services as well as expanding our communication with our stakeholders. Action 3.2 includes our continuation of the SAFE storage program and supportive service events at the SAFE, which is located at 401 South Front Street. Action 3.3 would include a quarterly public-facing progress report on the city's homelessness page related to outreach, housing, cleanups, and more. Goal 4, shelter and housing accessibility is critical to ending homelessness. The objective is to expand the number of unit beds available to people experiencing homelessness through actions 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3. In order to have a unit or bed for someone who's sleeping in a vehicle, sidewalk, or an encampment, we must explore the possibility of creating interim housing beds. An example includes the Tiny Home Village. But this does not mean that creating beds for all the unsheltered in Burbank. We simply need to begin moving people from the street into housing. 4.2 is utilizing vouchers for people who are exiting interim housing. And Action 4.3 calls for the increase of affordable and permanent supportive housing units to make housing more accessible. Goal 5 addresses the core health needs of people languishing on our streets with undiagnosed mental, behavioral health, and substance use disorders. This is one key area mentioned in our stakeholder feedback, which was the lack of supportive services to address the health needs of the homeless. Like many cities in Los Angeles County, Burbank relies on the county to provide services for chronic mental and public health needs. During the last 3 years, we have built a working relationship with the county to improve our referrals for health services. Actions 5.1 and 5.2 means that people with higher level needs identified by our outreach teams will be prioritized and referred to the county for intensive case management, housing for health, and other treatment. Action 5.3 is about supporting individuals and families on achieving long-term stability. To address a person's stabilization, the city will present a program later in May to link struggling households to mainstream programs and employment supports. All goals so far have been to meet the needs of people experiencing homelessness. Goal 6 will focus on early identification and diversion of people from the homeless response system. The city will take measures to reduce the inflow of people into homelessness through Action 6.1 and 6.2. The actions provide a housing-focused service delivery so a homeless experience is rare, brief, and non-recurring. In summary, our 6 goals will continue to expand our efforts in the delivery of programs, support federal and regional homeless strategies that align with our plan, continue the work we began 3 years ago on being compassionate and smart, and having a person-centered approach that is also holistic and humane when supporting people experiencing homelessness, and finally, decreasing the number of people entering homelessness. The homeless plan reflects the city's ambition to create and implement action-oriented, measurable solutions to meet the needs of people who are homeless. With a deeper collaboration with our partners, we can work together for a safe, beautiful, and thriving community for all. Therefore, staff recommends council approve the City of Burbank 5-year 2022 through 2027 homelessness plan. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Excellent report. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Or a motion? Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My only question is, in the homeless plan, just because of the latest incidents involving a church and, its food pantry, is there any conversation on how we will deal with this in the future to protect the neighbors and residents that are worried?
Thank you. I would ask my colleagues, city attorney, as well as Bob Newman, who are very familiar with this, the information you just shared, to help respond to that particular question.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. How are you? And City Council and Councilmember Frutos, thank you for the question. So Little White Chapel is unique with their pantry right near the sidewalk, okay? It's used by homeless people in the community, but also general people in the community stop by there to get some food out of the pantry. We have increased the Street Plus patrols there, and we're there quite frequently. And when time permits, when there are no other service calls in the city, we actually spend quite a bit of time there just observing and taking a look at who's coming by and using the box. So there are homeless people coming into that community, but honestly, council member, it doesn't seem to be the robust amount of individuals, that you would see in some other parts of the region. But we are, we do appreciate the concerns of the neighbors. We're there for them, and we're there to be responsive to them, and we're hoping that, we can all work together to come up with a solution.
And before
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Before the city attorney chimes in, I'd just like to say that we also have had the Met team out there. Our police department has been out there. They've sat in the car and undercover cars and observed while they've been out there too. So we are on top of understanding the situation, and I will let the city attorney chime in from here.
It doesn't sound like there's any legal issues left for me to speak on, but it sounds like staff is appropriately addressing any nuisance conditions that may arise. And of course, we're sensitive to the charity purposes of our local churches and would be sensitive to that as well.
Thank you to our legal scholar. Any other, Vice Mayor Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that report. One of the callers called in earlier and asked about our single point of intake, and I wanted to just look at page 17 of the 5-year homeless plan. Under Action 1.2, Data Integration and Coordinated Access. The first thing listed there under proposed activities is expand holistic utilization of CES and HMIS with city programs and local service providers. Are we not using the coordinated entry system now? And what's HMI? I don't know HMIS.
So thank you for the question, council member. First of all, Homeless Management Information System is our database of tracking outcomes and delivery of services. And the coordinated entry system is a way to manage the services, how they're delivered to individuals, families, and where the integration of those services is already something the city is utilizing. We have coordinated entry for our voucher programs. We also use coordination of the coordinated entry system for our storage facility, and we can manage those that are coming in, which are chronically homeless, using the shelter, the storage containers. We also are looking at expanding the use of coordinated entry for families, and that could possibly be Home Again LA as our leader agency for that. And then there is one more population, which is our transitional age youth, and we do have a partnership with Village Family Services that helps coordinate that for us here in Burbank.
So do we not use CES if our, our people in the green vests with the Streets Plus, when they're interacting with folks on a first time or maybe even a second contact basis, are they not utilizing CES at that point? We're only using our own internal information gathering?
I would like to say that Street Plus has become a coordinated entry point. So yes, they are using the system. They are able to enter case notes and also look up clients' needs and service delivery.
Okay, and then my last question is, I know we have a lot of folks that use the pantry at the BTAC, the Burbank Temporary Aid Center. Do they use CES there, and are they hooked up with our HMIS as well, or no?
In the past, Burbank Temporary Aid Center was a coordinated entry point, and what we now do is we coordinate with Burbank Temporary Aid Center to be able to get folks into the system through Street Plus, through our SAFE program, and there's also, due to, I believe it might be capacity, that they may not have staff to be able to do the work required under the coordinated entry system, which is very laborious, and I believe they may not be able to have that capacity to do that type of work right now.
Do we have any plan to assist them with that? Like, do we send a Street Plus guy out there to check in on them, and like, how are we helping them out? Because I know they have a lot of stuff on their plate right now.
Well, we got to say that the engagements that we have with all our service providers that will include BTAC, Family Promise, Home Again LA, formerly Family Promise. We also have Family Service Agency as well, working with transitional age families. So we do have an extensive contact with all our service providers, including Burbank Temporary Aid Center, to provide that capacity building for them. But due to that capacity limitation, that we actually are able to get more people connected through mobile outreach teams, which includes Street Plus, it includes the SAFE, where a lot of people frequent. So, but we do coordinate very closely with Burbank Temporary Aid Center and Barbara Howell.
And I would just,
So I guess,
can I just add to that question? I'm sorry. So one of the things that we are doing and we have been doing is we've originally started our internal homeless committee. It was just staff members. And since then, we've been adding in our service providers into that group. And so we're slowly growing. I'm sorry, this mic just isn't working. We're slowly growing that group, and it's continuing to add in more service providers. So our goal in that aspect is to continue to strengthen those relationships and to merge those nonprofits with the other nonprofits so that they're all working together and not in their own little silos. So that is one of the things that we've been working on. I think we still have some ways to go, and we'll continue to do so.
Yeah, and I think that's my just to go back to the original caller's point, the single point of intake. Where are the gaps that we still have to fill in? Because I know we have a lot of folks who are using CES who are coordinating with us. Where are the gaps that we still need to patch in so that we catch everybody?
Well, I would say that we're covering all bases now. We have adults covered by the SAFE, and Salvation Army operates that program. Street Plus also is providing coordinated entry for our homeless adults. We have the youth covered through Village Family Services, which again is they have mobile teams out in the community, and now we're headed toward getting Home Again LA to serve families. So we'll have all populations covered very soon. There is a process to get training, to get access to the homeless management information system. So all the work that we've done together from our first 3-year plan to this point has gotten us to this point.
Well, the last population that I think we might overlook sometimes are the folks living in campers, vans, RVs. Do we have a system in place to do the outreach for folks living in vehicles who are not necessarily on the street, but not necessarily in a house?
And yes, that ties back to the work that Street Plus is doing in the community. They're out. We have 2 homeless service liaisons that canvass the entire city, doing engagements to all vehicle dwellers, people in encampments, and people that are referred to them through residents and through our 311 app.
And I can add to that. So if you remember, the council actually approved an additional $80,000 last year in the budget process to hire that person that would do the citywide outreach. And so that's happening now.
Okay, so part of that citywide outreach is covering the vehicle dwellers, folks who are living in their cars and that kind of thing. Okay, great. All right, perfect. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Springer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your report. Is the 291 homeless figure, is that for 2022?
The numbers for 2022 have not been released yet, and we'll probably see those by June.
Oh, okay. Do we have a feeling what they might be? More or less, I guess, generally.
Yes, it's too soon preliminary to know that, but
Okay.
just by arranging the interactions we've had over the past 12 months, the need for services has not decreased, and we do have more improved data that requires ongoing communication with city staff through our outreach teams, which also can be representative of what we're seeing out there in the community. And the numbers are hinting that they're increasing.
Okay, and do we have, I know you went over the programs like SAFE and Street Plus, and do we have special programs or for our seniors and disabled so that we catch them before, they're homeless? I know just a couple years back, there was just an increase in senior women who were facing homelessness.
So that is a good question, because I think with what we're seeing a lot coming through our Service Planning Area 2 coordination that we attend every month, there is a need to continue to do more work around our older adult population, and we are part of those group conversations, and we do see that now there's more of a formation of this subgroup of older adults. But right now, anyone that we encounter who is an older adult can go through our Street Plus team, can also work with Home Again LA if they have caring for minor children, and also if necessary, we do have our social workers in the library. That is also a good entry point for many of our older adults and getting them connected to services.
Oh, okay, and our disabled?
For disabled, we also, it's a special population, and that the disabled just is all encompassing in our outreach teams. So it can be through our Street Plus, our SAFE program, the library. we have various ways that we can connect people who are disabled to services.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff. I appreciate the presentation. I do have a couple questions. I want to start with asking about the consultant, Lizar Development. How much did we pay them to assist with the preparation of this plan?
Yes, the Lizar Development Consultants, through a bidding process, we were able to negotiate a contract of over $33,000 to develop this plan and be able to give us implementation strategies in alignment with different frameworks.
Okay. And did they play a role with outreach to some of our community partners like Home Again LA, BTAC, people like that?
They did play a role at the direction of staff. And we identified several of the key partners based on our 3-year plan that we previously adopted on who we should select as those agencies that we should focus our interview and surveying of.
And I have one more question before I have a couple observations I look forward to sharing with my colleagues. Now, I've read the plan, front cover to back cover like we all have. I just want to make sure I'm not missing it. I didn't see anything in the plan about internal, assessment of what we as a city could be doing better, whether that's beefing up staffing or reorganizing. I just want to make sure, was that in the report and I didn't see it, or was that just beyond the scope of what they were asked to do?
So I'll take on that question. I think that was beyond the scope of what we asked them to do. As far as internal plans and moving forward with, say, beefing up staff or creating something in the future, like a division or a department or something like that, that would be something that we would look at internally, and we would work with our city manager and then also within our budget. And so that would be something that we would not put in the plan per se, but we would look at it as an internal document and set some goals internally. If council has some ideas of where we should go, obviously we would love to have your input because you're the policymakers and you tell us where those priorities are set.
Thank you, Ms. McFarland. So what I'm going to do is I'd like to share with my colleagues where I'm at. I'm going to ask for your indulgence. I'll try to be brief, but I think this is important and there's a lot I want to say. I'm inclined to table this matter. I don't think that this plan is complete and I don't think it's ready to be approved. And I want to say that everything I'm about to share, I understand I might be the odd man out and I'm okay with that. And I want to be really clear. I'm not directing any criticism at staff. I know that Ms. McFarland, Mr. Gonzalez, the whole team has been working hard. I'm very disappointed in the work product, but in particular, I'm disappointed in the consultant. I want to start off with talking about, when we set out our guiding principles, we talked about having a big vision, right? We talked about setting a goal. And a big part of that conversation was having metrics so that we, staff, the community, could track our success or failure any given year. I don't see that in this plan. I see a lot of bullet points, a lot of tiny homes. There's a potential idea, but how is Joe or Jane Public supposed to know, hey, are we behind schedule or on track in 2025? What specific action items should be there? I'll give you just one concrete example, not to belabor the point, but one of our guiding principles was about partnering with BUSD to, make sure that we're accounting for our students, our youth that are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. The only place I could find anything concrete was on page 32. One bullet point: partner with BUSD to ensure staff are comfortable and fluent in housing problem-solving strategies. That's not a plan, in my view. It's not. It's a bullet point. I agree with it. I think that it's absolutely spot on, but the point that I'm trying to make is that if this was a business plan, if someone were asking me to invest money, hey, Bob, I'm going to double your investment in 5 years. I want to know how you're going to do it. I want to see the plan, the metrics, and I'm looking at this report and I don't see it. And the reason I'm levying this criticism at the consultant is I know they can do better. In preparation for tonight, I've looked at a couple cities, but I'll just highlight Culver City and the city of Encinitas, California, both of whom used this consultant both of whom use them to prepare a homeless action plan. And you can even do a Google search, but I'll just mention each of their action items are accompanied by subsets that talk about the task to be performed, suggested community partnerships, a timeline of when that task would be completed, potential funding sources and eligible recipients. So I could go on and on. I won't. I want to thank staff for their work on this. I don't mean to criticize staff, but I just feel that we did not get what we paid for in this case. And this is our legacy document. We all don't know if we're going to be here 5 years from now, any of us. But the important thing is that this is our guiding document to tackle an increasingly growing problem in our community and in the region. Specifics matter, details matter. Accountability to the public matters so that they know what we're working on and what our deadlines are. So my inclination would be to table this matter, send it back to the drawing board. I don't see the urgency to approve it tonight, and I want to approve a plan that we can really be proud of. I say that knowing I might be in the minority, and that's okay, that's democracy, but looking at this plan, I do not believe in my heart this is the best we can do. And I'd like to see us try at it again.
Thank you, Councilmember Schultz. Let me ask staff, is there urgency? Can we delay this?
Yes, this plan does not impact our work. We're continuing the work that we've started 3 years ago. And it is something we would want to say that the plan has various components that we need to continue to work on. But however, it will not delay that work if we don't approve a plan tonight.
But now, like you just stated, there's various components that we need to, is that stated somewhere?
Well, when I say those components, I'm talking about various actions in the plan that are stated as part of the goals. And some of those actions we're going to do if in the interim as this plan gets developed and approved. But that's something that, as a community, we've always have done.
So I just would like to summarize. I think that it's fine. We can delay the approval of this plan. That's not a problem. As Mr. Gonzalez indicated, we're going to continue our work regardless. And we are more than willing to take it back to the drawing board and come back with a new and revised plan if that's what the council would like.
Colleagues, Vice Mayor Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think we have to go fully back to the drawing board. I just want to read a quick couple of points that we got in an email from Albert Hernandez from Home Again LA. This was yesterday at 5:51 p.m. One point he points out is that without having more specifics in there, it would be hard for a nonprofit to secure grants and to do their grant writing without a clearer portion of or clear language in the ordinance. Not that he can't do it, it just would be easier if we had some more specifics in there. One of the other things he talks about is making sure we identify which nonprofits do the partnering, especially with case management. The monthly meetings, he was suggesting that some cities actually have monthly updates for their nonprofits. And if we could at least do some sort of, maybe not even a meeting, but at least a newsletter that's going out or a point of contact to our nonprofits to say, hey, this is where we're at, this is where our numbers, hey, we need this, or this is what we're working on. Can we include that as well? And so I think just those little specifics, we can come back. It doesn't have to do a whole drawing board, but let's just talk to some of our community partners, Home Again, FSA, BTAC, and just say, hey, do you need these little specifics? What else can we do to get that done?
We will reach back out to Mr. Hernandez and talk to him and make sure that we get comments incorporated, backup plan, if that's what council wants.
Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If Councilmember Schultz wants to put that as a motion, I would second it. I read this back and forth, and I think Councilmember Schultz has brought some good questions now that's got questions for me. that I would support if you wanted to make that a motion for direction. And I would second it if you wish. I think you brought up some good, valuable points that I'm not ready to vote on this based upon what your comments were, Councilmember Schultz. And those are just my comments. If you want to make a motion, I definitely would second it.
Any other further discussion, any colleagues? No? You want to make a motion, Councilmember Schultz?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The only other thing I would add is to the Vice Mayor's point. I've been talking with Albert. I know we all have, but I've had a working group of service providers I've been consulting with over the last few months because I'm new, right? And I'm trying to get up to speed and get to your level of knowledge, Mr. Mayor, or some of our more senior members of council. And a lot of what was in that email from Mr. Hernandez is what I've been hearing from multiple sources. And that is, if the city is going to take a plan like this, we got to think big. We need someone who's really dedicated to that grant funding opportunity. And personally, I think that should be in the plan. I think we should be looking at what we hope to look like 5 years from now. The continuum of care committee that they have in the city of Glendale, which brings those service providers to the table monthly to share ideas, I think that should be in the plan. I don't want to over-direct staff what to do, but at this time, I am, and thank you, Councilmember Frutos, for the support. I'm prepared to make a motion that we table this agenda item and we direct staff to bring it back. Well, I don't want to give a concrete period of time, but certainly when some of this feedback's been incorporated.
I second the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I've got a question to Councilmember Schultz. Are you proposing, I just kind of read into your comments that we have a dedicated employee overlooking the plan?
Well, I can give you my 2 cents, Mr. Mayor, but I defer ultimately to staff's got to make their professional recommendation. But from what I'm hearing, I think the long-term vision for Burbank is that we probably need someone at the at the level of an assistant director of community development to oversee our homeless processes. I think our staff is working extremely hard and efficient, but they're also asked to tackle a lot. They're handling housing and homelessness and economic development all under one roof, and that's a lot to ask of them. Homelessness is getting bigger and bigger a problem every single day, and there are opportunities out there, but I think we need dedicated staff to look at that. I don't think that's going to happen overnight. Separately, the Continuum of Care Committee, I think that that's a great model that they have in Glendale from what I've seen. But I say all of this saying that's just one council member's opinion. I do trust staff to do their job, and I want them to come back and give us their recommendation. Maybe they don't like things Glendale are doing, but I think it's at least worth the question of how do we as a city need to grow our resources internally? Because, we have a great team, but they're already stretched thin. And I have a feeling our homeless population is going to continue to increase, which means our response needs to get refined over time.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Springer?
I just have a comment. The Board of Supervisors we just got the report on the Blue Ribbon Task Force on homelessness. So maybe that will provide us some, I know they're talking about more direct allocation. I think many cities in Southern California brought that up. So maybe that might be helpful in looking at some of their recommendations because it's brand new. So thank you. Thank you very much for the report.
Thank you. Councilmember Schultz, you might be able to share those cities that you mentioned that you looked at, and
absolutely,
just for food for thought and somebody looking at something different.
I'd be happy to provide them to, I guess, the city manager, Ms. McFarland, and hopefully they can share it with the whole council at some point.
We actually already pulled Culver cities, and we'll pull Encinitas, and we can share those with the council if they like. We can send them all out to the council so you can see what they did.
Okay,
no
right
problem.
now the city manager wants to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the dialogue. We will come back. We will look at those cities. We will come back with a revised report. We'll also, and we'll be thinking big per your direction. But with that, we'll also look at what the resources it takes and recommendations on how we could accomplish that. So what we want to do is provide you guys with a better plan that you could actually be proud of. And based on that, also, we want to get that plan done So what does that mean as far as additional resources to get that done? So we'll come back with that. I don't have a timeline right now, so but certainly we'll be working towards that. And luckily, there's no urgency related to adopting a plan tonight. So we're in a good spot. Thank you.
Okay, great. Madam City Clerk, there's a motion and a second.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Fudos,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The final report is the adoption of an ordinance to authorize and approve an amendment to a contract between the City Council of the City of Burbank and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, to include additional employee contributions towards their pension for Burbank City Employees Association. Ms. Betsy McClinton, Management Service Director, please present the report. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council and Vice Mayor. Betsy McClinton with the Management Services Department. So tonight I'm here to request that the council adopt an ordinance authorizing an amendment to the city's contract with the California Public Employees Retirement System, also known as CalPERS. The intent of the PERS contract amendment under consideration tonight is to enable classic members of the Burbank City Employees Association to pay additional contributions toward their pension in compliance with the City Council's compensation policy. In January 2018, the City Council adopted revisions to the city's financial policy regarding compensation so that the city and employees will evenly share the normal cost of employee pensions. Currently, employees who became members of PERS on or after January 1st, 2013, known as PEPRA employees, pay half the normal cost of their pensions. However, employees who were hired prior to that date, known as classic employees, do not pay half the normal cost and instead currently pay the amount required by PERS law. The city's financial policies regarding all employees paying half the normal cost of their pension are beneficial because they eliminate inequity among employees with regard to pension contributions. They improve the city's 5-year financial forecast, and they also ensure the long-term financial stability of the city's pension plans. Staff has been working diligently to implement the City Council's compensation policy ever since it was adopted. I'm very happy to report that BCA is the final employee group to go through the CalPERS contract amendment process. So in order for the classic BCA employees to begin paying half the normal costs pursuant to the council's compensation policy, the city must amend its contract with PERS. The PERS contract amendment process is a multi-step process. I was before the City Council on February 8th, 2022, to adopt the PERS resolution declaring the city's intent to amend the contract and to introduce an ordinance amending the contract. So tonight's action by the council represents the final step required by CalPERS to amend the city's contract. With the City Council's action tonight, classic BC employees will be the final group to begin paying the additional contributions towards their pensions, thus fulfilling the goal to have all employees contribute half of the normal cost of their pensions by fiscal year 22-23. I want to note that the PERS contract amendment process required a secret ballot by the classic BCE employees, so I want to thank those employees for participating and successfully completing that vote. Finally, I want to note that tonight's contract amendment process does not change the pension benefit, but rather increases the amount classic BCA employees are paying toward their pension. Therefore, there is no cost associated with this contract amendment, but rather the general fund will realize an annual savings of approximately $179,523 beginning in fiscal year 22-23. And just to close, since this is the last time I'll be here before the council on this item, the reason why we've done all of these presentations in front of council is because the contract amendment process in the past used to be used to enhance pension benefits, and we are doing the opposite. We are actually having employees pay a little bit more towards their pension, which is a very positive thing for the city's financial stability. So with that, I'd like to recommend that the City Council introduce the proposed ordinance and adopt the proposed resolution. If completed, and forgive me, I think we're just adopting the ordinance tonight. Forgive me for that error. If completed, tonight's action represents the final step towards fully implementing the Council's policy that employees make additional contributions toward their pensions. I'm very happy to answer any questions that the City Council may have.
Thank you for your report, and yes, it is good to see that BCA stepped up to the plate, and it's the last labor organization within our city to follow suit. Council members, any comments or a motion? Councilmember Springer?
Yes, I move to adopt an ordinance of the council of the city of Burbank, authorizing an amendment to the contract between the city of Burbank and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System to add cost sharing pursuant to Government Code Section 20516 for Burbank City Employees Association.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Schultz. No further comments. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Fudos,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Betsy. This is a time for brief council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments. Colleagues, who wants to start it off? No, this is going to be brief. Councilmember Schultz.
I'll be brief. I really like our team, so thank you for indulging me. I'll be quick. Wednesday, March 16th, Councilmember Frutos and I attended the Police Commission. I have an agenda item at the end of the meeting, but for now, I'll just say my observation is that the Police Commission, without getting into a discussion, seemed a little lost in their directive of what their understanding of council's expectation is. I'll leave it at that and save that for the agenda item at the end. That Friday, March 18th, thrilled to be with you all and Assemblymember Friedman, recognizing Gloria Salas as Woman of the Year. Fantastic. Monday, March 21st, attended Sustainable Burbank Commission, no reportable action. I was joined by Councilmember Frutos. Tuesday, March 22nd, had a meeting with Don Roth Lindell at BWP to talk about the status of their budget. The following day, I had a meeting with CDD staff to get a better understanding of Senate Bill 9 and its parameters that we talked about tonight. Thursday, March 24th, attended the Valley Economic Alliance Board of Directors meeting. The big reportable item is that their annual Gala of the Stars is this Friday night at Castaway. I think most of us are going, so it should be a great event, and glad to see the city of Burbank being home to it. That same day, I also attended a 2022 legislative briefing hosted by Cal Cities. If appropriate, I'm going to forward that to the city manager to share with the council. There were some bills that were highlighted. For example, Senate Bill 1067, authored by Senator Portantino, and Assembly Bill 2097, authored by Assemblymember Friedman. And both of those would have a significant impact on parking restrictions within a half mile of transit, which could have an impact in Burbank. So I just thought that the items that they shared were incredibly time sensitive and important. Had a chance to attend a ribbon cutting that day on the council's behalf. Congratulations again to Help with My Loan. Was at the Burgers, Bourbon, and Bow Ties Gala for Family Promise of the Verdugos, now Home Again LA, on Saturday, March 26th. I promise I'm nearing the end, Mr. Mayor. The week of March 29th, I had a chance to meet with both staff and community members about proposed development at 910 South Mariposa, just to elicit information and gather input there. Attended a ribbon cutting with everybody, March 30th, College Help Squad. Second to last item, I was really thrilled to join the Burbank Community Band on Saturday for their first live performance in 2 years. I was asked to stand in for Brandon Johnson at the last minute to MC the thing. I'm sorry they had to listen to me talk for 2 hours, but it was really great to see them in action. And their rendition of Danny Boy was terrific. I really enjoyed it. And lastly, April 1st, I was with Councilmember Springer at an interfaith blessing of the pantry at the Little White Chapel. Very nice to see everybody together. And I appreciated Councilmember Springer's remarks. Thank you.
Next, Councilmember Frutos.
Thank you. Going back to Wednesday, April the 6th, I attended the Los Angeles County Civil Brand Commission for institutional inspections. And I also attended the Police Commission meeting. And I agree, I've got something for the agenda, but my colleague was ahead of me. But I really think that we, the council, need to discuss the police commission as they report to us. They're our appointees. On Friday, March the 18th, I also attended the Gloria Salas Women of the Year by our Assemblymember Freeman. On Monday, March the 21st, I had a meeting with the BCEA president, just get an update what's going on with the membership. Later on that evening, I attended the Sustainable Burbank Commission meeting. On Thursday, March 24th, I joined the mayor and our city manager and assistant city manager for Plant a Tree Month, National Arbor Day. On Saturday, March 26th, I also attended the Family Promise of Verdugo's 8th Annual Gala. And then on Monday, March 28th, I met with some community members and we did a walkthrough regarding 910 South Mariposa. I want to be on the record that I didn't compromise, but I met with them to listen to their concerns about the project that's moving forward. And then the next day, on Tuesday the 29th, I met with the developer and our CDD staff just to listen. I did not compromise myself regarding what the plans are for 910 South Mariposa. After that Zoom call, I attended the Public Power Policy Makers Council as I represent Burbank at the national level on that. Some of the topics of the discussion were climate, regarding the energy tax credits. Also got an update on the House Energy Committee, and they're still holding several bills to create a clean energy standard. I also participated in the conversation with the EPA regarding air, water, and waste regulations that will likely have an effect of more coal-fired power plants, reducing our carbon monoxide. Again, this is at the national level that I'm participating in. Also participated in, which really affects us here in Burbank, the grid security and how it's moving forward by President Biden. On March 15th, it was discussed regarding the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act of 2022 that he signed. I also participated in the Federal Communication representing us regarding polls and taking comments and questions regarding allocation of pole replacement costs between the utilities and the attachers, meaning the cell phone carriers and other people, and ways to expedite the resolution of pole replacement disputes, which we get from time to time. And then lastly, I participated in the House Energy and Commerce Committee that was holding an oversight hearing regarding the next rollout of the 6G spectrum issue that's moving forward. So I just wanted to inform my colleagues of what I'm working on at the national level and the community members. And then on Wednesday, the 30th, I attended the Burbank Switching Out the Turbine. Then attended a ribbon cutting with our Vice Mayor, Councilmember Springer, and Councilmember Schultz at the Chamber, College Help Squad. And then I attended Saturday the Ascensia, which I didn't see in our report, but Ascensia is basically a contractor that we're paying through our funding. They had their annual Share the Love that supports our foot soldiers to help our homeless in our community. And then on Sunday, I attended with the mayor the Armenian Revolution Federation Day. And then obviously today I attended the special joint meeting with the NLC regarding race, equity, and leadership. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you. Wow. I judged 8th graders for the Kiwanis speech. Yeah, sorry you missed it, but that was I was very impressed. I attended meetings with many of the BWP candidates, the BWP board member candidates. I participated in a community garden work day and a couple meetings for that. They're working very, very hard to move it forward and reach their goal of opening on Memorial Weekend. And I also participated in a seed planting put on by the Monarch Mile. And both of those are very interesting. I did have a meeting with Griselda Cox, BCE president. And also the same, a meeting just like you all did, the South Mariposa proposed project. And I met with Miss Janet McKenna's first grade class at Walt Disney Elementary School. And I have to say, they were the most charming and fun bunch of first graders. And I was very grateful that I was invited to do that. I attended the budget meetings just as you did with Dawn and a member with Bob Lou. And I, this morning, attended a Los Angeles County Local Government Services Commission meeting. I know that's a mouthful, but we look at projects and things we can do to help at the county level with our Board of Supervisors. And that pretty much wraps it up for me. Thank you.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Sunday, March 20th, I attended a rally at the Animation Guild. They're looking to negotiate a new contract. Monday, March 21st, I attended the Burbank Transportation Commission meeting. On Wednesday, the 23rd, I too met with some local Rancho folks. I actually took a tour of 910 South Mariposa, a lovely little stable there. And on the 24th, I attended the Tree City event where we planted a tree. I brought my mother and my son, and he got to help plant that tree. That was his birthday, so now he calls that tree his birthday tree over at McCain. So we're going to check on it every year.
Perfect.
So that was fun. He started using the shovel to put dirt in, and I couldn't get him to stop. And like all the other kids wanted to do, he's like, "No, I'm going to finish this."
That's his tree. It's his tree.
It's his tree now. Yeah, that's the most physical labor I've gotten that kid to do ever. So I didn't stop him. The Family Promise Annual Gala, which I guess they changed their name, so we should call it. Is it going to reset? Does it go to the first annual gala again? I don't know. PIO subcommittee meeting with the mayor. I attended the switching out turbines. I guess I was there the day before Councilmember Frutos. I saw them pulling the machine out. I didn't get to see them put it in, put ours in. They took out the rental, and they had our new refurbished one that they were going to put in. For those of you who don't know, that's our big generator. It's an airplane jet that takes natural gas and burns it and turns a turbine, and that's where we get some of our power. Almost 25 kilowatts, I think, or something like that. It's a lot. The ribbon cutting for the College Help Squad on the 30th, and then yesterday I attended the Bret Hart Elementary Autism Acceptance Ribbon Decorating event. They took 6 rainbow-colored ribbons, and they twisted them together, and they tied them in loops around the trees in front of the school, and they had a bunch of chalk paintings. And for them, it was to celebrate neurodiversity and all of the kids who attend what's called their LEAP program, and that's for kids who have neurological disorders or special needs or IEPs. And it's a really great program. They have really advanced stuff, cutting edge occupational therapy and speech therapy and all the things that those kinds of kids need with early intervention. And it's doing really well over at Bret Hart. So I was pleased to attend that. And that's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess it's up to me to report out. I've got about 4 or 5 pages as well. I attended the LoSAN Ad Hoc Committee. We formed an ad hoc committee. I was just appointed to their executive committee, which consists of 4 members of the LoSAN Board of Directors. I attended a SUE meeting with Griselda Cox, the BCA president. Let's see, I attended the monthly Chamber Board meeting. I also attended the event with Assemblymember Friedman. She was recognizing Woman of the Year, Gloria Salas. Senior Citizen Board, I attended that over Zoom. And I attended the MUSEX closing event It's, there was the mayor of Arezzo, Tuscany, Italy was present there. As we find out that his wife is from Santa Barbara. So they have a residence in Santa Barbara. So he does Italy and Santa Barbara. But we had a long discussion. I brought him down to City Hall and introduced him to our city manager and assistant city manager. Thank you to Simone McFarland for making that happen. I gave him a tour of the City Hall, our council chambers. He was very impressed for being 112 years old, the city. And then he started showing me some of his pictures from his hometown of Arezzo, Tuscany, Italy. So we're going to have a discussion moving forward, hopefully. I also attended this Tree City USA ceremony, Home Again LA, which was already brought up, that's formerly known as Family Promise, at their 8th annual gala. I attended the PIO subcommittee meeting with our vice mayor. Let's see what else. I listened to a webinar, State of the Budget and What Does the Surplus Mean to California? Very informative. I had a discussion with the developers of 910 South Mariposa, had a meeting, and the CDD staff were present as well. There to listen, see what their plans are, and then talk to the community. I testified on behalf of the Senate Bill 1177 at the Senate Governance and Finance Committee meeting. That was on behalf of this SB 1177 is a bill that is being authored by our Senator Portantino. So I was there to speak on behalf of that, as well as Mayor Gordo from Pasadena was there to speak on behalf of that as well. Let's see, I had a Zoom meeting of the Metro Street Safety Policy meeting. I had a Zoom meeting with a student from Long Beach State that was interviewing me. He said he was going to reach out to other council members as well. We'll see how that comes about. I had a meeting, a one-on-one meeting with the chair of the LOSAN board, as well as the executive director. Let's see, I, along with Councilmember Frutos, attended the Armenian Revolutionary Federation celebration. And last but not least, today, around 2 o'clock, I was invited to speak to the Student Council of McKinley Elementary School. There's grades 1 through 5 are represented on the Student Council, and they wanted me to speak on leadership, but there was a lot of questions and a lot of back and forth. It lasted like 45 minutes. It was amazing. I really enjoyed it. So thank you to McKinley Elementary School for inviting me. That's all for now. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? Vice Mayor Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, I'd like to request a first step report on purchasing the stables at 910 South Mariposa for public recreation use to preserve trail linkages and equestrian culture and heritage.
Anyone else?
And then secondly, just real quick, I wanted to ask, the next time our federal legislative agenda comes back to us, can we have an option there where we can push for more HUD funding from our federal reps? Like, do we have to agendize that, or?
City manager wants to weigh in on that.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Actually, if you look at our current legislative platform that you just adopted a couple months ago, actually item number 3, and it's very clear. It's item number 3 related to housing. It's support increased funding of voucher programs, including Section 8. I mean, there's a whole paragraph on just that alone. So I think we're on it.
Okay.
If you want to review that and have a different thought about it, let me know.
That's why you're the city manager.
Vice Mayor,
you're on top of it.
Vice Mayor, excellent suggestion. Consider it done. The Vice Mayor took your advice and implemented right away. Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it for me.
Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe Councilmember Frutos will supplement it if I miss anything, but what I would like to request is that when we have our joint meeting with the Police Commission sometime later this year, the meeting immediately prior to that, there's no need for a staff report, but I'd like an agenda item so that the five of us as a council can talk about direction to give to the commission, specifically what we would like them to be working on. I just think they're a little lost right now.
Yeah, if
Go
I
ahead.
could, Mr.
Sure,
Mayor.
go ahead.
I believe it's June 7th is when we have our joint meeting. So that's coming up, and we'll be sure to add that as an agenda item. The meeting prior to June 7th.
Before we proceed, we've reached the 11 o'clock hour. Do we have a motion and a second to continue?
Motion to continue?
I'll second.
Second. All those in favor? Aye, okay, great. Go ahead. Councilmember Frutas, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that then that report, before we meet with the police commission at joint meeting, there's no staff report, but as liaisons, we really need to talk to the council of what we have observed the last couple of meetings with the police commission, and we want to brief everybody before we have the joint meeting together. So there's no staff report, just the opportunity. That's it.
Great, excellent. Yeah,
Thank you,
he's-
Mr. Mayor.
City manager's nodding his head, yes. Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you. I have two. I would like to have an agenda item to analyze the merit and the possibility of joining the lawsuit against SB 9. And two, feasibility of a cap on gun stores in Burbank. I know it's related to what the vice mayor brought forward, but to either include it in that or have a separate item to cap the number of gun stores in Burbank. And of course, I know he, in that previous one, it was to reduce possibly.
Mr. City Attorney, go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, at the conclusion of the agendized item where we talked about licensing of gun stores, staff came away with a research and analysis to determine correlation of crime and other statistics that relate to our gun stores, also looking at buffer zones, which was the vice mayor's suggestion, and other means for regulating. We will add a cap on retail or wholesale or whatever outlets to the study. It would make sense to present it all together.
Sure.
Thank you.
Is that good with you, Councilmember Springer?
Yes,
Okay,
thank
great,
you.
Excellent. Let's see, I've got a couple items. The first item is, I'm asking my colleagues to maybe advance it to the second step. I'm proposing Toys for Ukraine. Gathering toys and sending them there. Those are the kids are the ones that are being left out. They're being relocated. They're moving, getting moved from their homes to another temporary location and then across the border to another country. So I would like to encourage my colleagues to agree that we can set something up. Possibly we can do it at our city. The typical things would be fire stations, city facilities where we can gather the toys and contact the Ukraine embassy for potentially have them pick it up and transport it to Ukraine.
So that would be the agendized item?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm asking for moving on to the second step instead of the first step. The second item is a first step on the consideration of sister city with Arezzo, Tuscany, Italy. And it'll be the first step just to see how that works out. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Any other items? Okay, so let's move on here. So we now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, April 12th for a regular meeting through an online meeting process. The public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following three ways: by leaving an e-comment on the city webpage, by emailing the city council directly, or by calling directly to the council meeting at 818-238-3335. Thank you and good night. We're Jane. Be safe out there.